I can't see shit, though. There, I can kind of see. Y'all know this is a lot, right? We can agree this is a lot. Like, what the fuck?
All right already. I've just gotta beat him, yeah?
That's right! Thank you so much!
Thank you so much! I love you! I love you so much!
You're a real handful.
Look over
fine.
there! Royal Army tanks!
This is far too many.
And finally, the last outfit I've been missing. Are you kidding? That was the last one I missed? Why is that the last one I missed? What are the chances of that being the last one I missed? What are the absolute chances of that being the last one I miss? Mari, did you start choking during that? Okay, I know we can do a shout out for Ellie. I have to pick and choose who I do the shout outs for because of the content, because I try to keep the content safe for all ages, and I know we won't get that from Ellie, so there we go.
I was too busy looking at your nipples.
What did I just say, Ellie? I said safe for everybody, and I get that clip. Ellie. Anybody know what the fuck just happened? Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Jesus. I'm alive? For the wider ones now? We've given them a specific... You can stand on top of missile megs. Just make sure to carefully time your jump. Oh, I'm bad at that. As I was saying. Hello, everyone. Apparently, all of my bot programming is broken today. So, I don't even have, like, your chat isn't even showing up on my thing. But hello, everyone. I appreciate you. Hello to Snow. Hello to Ghoul. Hello to Amoru. Hello to Darkness. Yeah, I don't know why everything's broken. Maybe it'll figure itself out. Maybe it won't. I don't know. Hi, Rose. I'm having a bad mental health day, so I do apologize. I don't know what happened. Hey, Felinity. None of the sounds are gonna happen. I'm gonna miss people checking in. Hello, Timber. There's no sounds, there's no alerts, there's no redeems, nothing will work. And I don't have a way to quickly toggle that, so we're just gonna deal with it as we go. This is a big build. So there's the gazebo we just cleared. I really do like that it does feel like a consistent world here. That's the nozzle. How do I... Ah, there we go. Ugh. But no, I appreciate y'all. I'm sorry my energy is definitely going to be very low for the stream. I didn't sleep well, and then I woke up and my brain just decided to hate everything. It throws me a bit too, Felinity. You're not wrong. I'm also curious how long it's going to take certain nerds to figure out what soundtrack we're listening to today. I did not necessarily pick this soundtrack. It was in my recommendeds, and I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, we'll play that. But it is a video game soundtrack. I will say that much. There will eventually be a song that gives it away, I think. But I don't think anyone will get it until then. Because I think this soundtrack is fairly niche, even from the fandom that it is related to. I'll say this, it's a very popular franchise. That's the hint I'm going to give. But I am not saying more than that, because that's not fun. I assume it's happening because I played the Octopath Traveler soundtrack the other day, is why it was in my recommendations. I think that is a fair hint. Do 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 do. It's actually it's fun listening to the soundtrack again because I haven't heard the soundtrack in a long time, so hearing it is great. Evilise, what? Which one is Evilise? Evilise is 14, isn't it? Or am I having a weird moment? Tactics. Thank you. Well, it's not. And it's also not 12. I'll say this. It's one of my favorites. You're on the right track, but I'm going to say it's one of my favorites. Is the hint you're going to get now. But I think just waiting for other songs will make it more apparent. If it hits any of them. It is not my favorite, though. I also think this is important to know. It is not my favorite by any means. No, there's also part of my brain today with streaming. I always feel a little bit like I shouldn't on certain streams, whether or not I should even bother, and realizing it's a Hermitcraft live stream weekend makes me go, yeah, probably not the day, you know, but at the same time, I need to not let myself be controlled by that. I won't do it when Cleo is streaming, like if Cleo is doing a stream on this live stream weekend, but anybody else is like, yeah. I like the hands on the panel there. Follow the line all the way around. Ooh, that's a really smooth turn there. Let's go. Aw. I had like a perfect turn. That was so satisfying. But yeah, I don't think the soundtrack of this game is very iconic, other than like one or two songs, so it's gonna be harder to actually place, I think. Apologies to anybody watching the VOD where you have no music. Because this probably all sounds insane, doesn't it? Ugh, that angle. God, that angle is not easy. There we go. Do 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 do. Here's a question. What is your favorite Final Fantasy? It's not 11. What is your favorite Final Fantasy enemy or creature? Because I'm sure it's got to narrow down typically to your Moogles, your Cactars, your Sabotenders, and things, and your Kate Siths and things. But like, I think enemy designs are really interesting. I'm a huge fan of the goblin designs from 11 and 14. I think those are great. Oh god, you're going for the biggins. I'm assuming you're talking specifically from 7 when you say those, because I believe they are in other ones. Okay, what is Byakko? I don't know Byakko. Is Byakko a person, or is Byakko a creature? Because I do mean creatures. See, I feel like the prompt has been misunderstood. I am not talking bosses. I'm not talking giant creatures. I'm not talking like one-off enemies. I'm talking enemies as like as an overall concept, and I feel like we've lost our lost our focus on that. I'm not talking boss fights. I'm talking like, oh, look at these things I see. Like, do you like the giant caterpillars and stuff, you know? Flans are cool. Flans are a nice, simple, silly one. I think it depends on which flan, though. Which version of flans are we talking? Because the flans have changed a little bit. Close, Imoru. Close, but not quite. You're very close, but you are not correct. 13-2 is correct, yes. 13-2, the best of the 13 games. I said there was going to be things that gave it away. What I always find funny is, like, to me, when I think of Final Fantasy games, the most Final Fantasy games I can think of are 10-2, 10, and 13-2. Like, when I think of, like, what feels like a Final Fantasy game, it's those. Yeah, they have these intense stories, but the other ones all take away, like, that campy vibe. Like, none of the other Final Fantasies really carry that campy vibe that you get from those three I listed. The one thing I really dislike with 13 though, is whatever they decided to do to Moogles, absolutely awful. Hate the Moogles in 13 too. The Moogle plush in 13 was great. 13-2's Moogle, weird. 13-2's Moogle felt like it belonged in Kingdom Hearts. I really liked the Moogle they had on... The only Moogle in 13 was a stuffed animal on a chair in the first game in the bar at the start. And then they never showed Moogles again. And I think it's because they were trying for a more serious plot line. And like, Moogles aren't serious. And like, you're not wrong, but like... Bring back the damn Moogle. Why won't this side ding? Siding. What is stopping it? Why? What? Am I blind? Do you see anything flashing pink on this entire side panel? We got a little bit right there. Ah! Oh my god. Yeah, I've also considered adding Miss the Spot to an auto timeout function when playing Power Wash. So I will say you have not been the first person to make that statement. It has been thought of like, maybe I should just make that an auto timeout if somebody does that. Very much. No, stop that. Oh, but Maru, the other song I was going to say would give it away is if it plays Death Metal Chocobo. Which, let's be real, best Chocobo theme in all of Final Fantasy? No questions asked? Okay, another section done. Do. But yeah, I do apologize if I'm not as talkative today. But I don't like not streaming, even if I know my numbers are going to be way down because of XYZ. I just kind of want to make sure that I can still stream, you know? So Snow, Final Fantasy songs are always the do 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 always. In Final Fantasy 13 2, they made it death metal. 13.2 made it death metal. That is the only difference. They made it death metal. Favorite weapons in Final Fantasy? That's an interesting one. I think Yuffie's star might be my favorite one that I can think of off the top of my head. That isn't to say that it is the best one, but that is the main one that is popping in my mind, is that one I really like. I really like Yuffie's star. It's over the top, it's excessive, but it's great. Though, I am going to throw a weird curveball in here. Yuna's guns. Yuna's guns are legit an amazing weapon. Mainly because of the contrast of everything else going on. Hey, Asmo. I'm playing Final Fantasy music, so we're talking about Final Fantasy. The gun mage guns having the little, like, rings coming off of them was definitely neat. I have trouble remembering a lot of the weapons in there because most of the time I played as the beast, as, the beast, the role that turns you into a beast. I want to say it's Beastmaster, but that doesn't feel right. Hey, Mordic. Berserker, thank you. Yeah, I played as Berserker a lot. That role was fun. You get a party of 3 Berserkers, you're set. Do. Though granted, I have just remembered in Final Fantasy X-2's remaster, you can attack people with fish. As Pain in the festival outfit, you can attack people with fish. Granted, that remaster sucks in a lot of ways, and I honestly would say if you're going to play the game, don't play the remaster. They had too many weird features that I feel like don't feel right. Final Fantasy XIV's Blue Mage is very disappointing to me, knowing what Blue Mage has been in the past. But nothing will ever top Final Fantasy XI having a party of all Blue Mages in one White Mage. And then all the Blue Mages just run in and use self-destruct. I think Blue Mage is my favorite Final Fantasy class, though. Like, it's handled so differently in every Final Fantasy, though, which I think is the one kind of gripe I would have with it, is it's just handled very differently in each game, so you never quite know what you're going to run into when you use a Blue Mage or learn about a Blue Mage. It's inconsistently created. Like, Kimahri's a Blue Mage. He's used quite differently than you would in, like, 11 and 14. Or how it was done in 9. 9 was also different. Like, it's a very odd class. Yeah. It's not to say any of them are bad, it's just you really don't, like, to say it's my favorite class gets a little weird because it's like, It's all different. It's all handled differently. Like, I really like Riku's thief class in 10. Whenever you fight Makina, just being able to disassemble them is great. Hey, Sly. Sorry, my bot is not connecting correctly today. I don't know why. So I'm not able to get like a lot of the alerts and stuff. So I just have to manually see them happening. How's it going, Sly? You doing well? Hey, Amanda. I'm glad. I'm glad people are at least enjoying it. I'm having a rough mental health day, so I figured, yeah, screw it. This is a really pretty color. Is that pink and magenta? Like, I want to know. That is a... That is a very faded burgundy, and then a, like, magenta in between. I like that pattern. It's pretty. But yeah, Sly, I'm gonna be doing Minecraft again soon. Well, I say soon, within a month probably. I've ordered a new PC. Yeah. Oh. The bot looks like it's connected right now. Redeems will work, but you gotta do it quick before it fails again. Is it gonna work? Hey! It's inconsistent, but it does work. But yeah, I really look forward to actually streaming Minecraft again and all that. I'm gonna be resetting the server. I'm trying to decide on a server name for it as well. I want to work on the faction stuff before I do that, though, and get that set up. So that way, when people join the server, we have the factions on the server as kind of a thing. Speaking of 13... Apparently, I picked the perfect level for it. It is a dirigible. I don't know what's going to be painted on the side of it, though. What are you? Are you a chicken nugget? No. Oh, it's a pirate cat. Nice. It's a cat-tin. I need my tea. Also, morning, OBC. OBC, can you unpin the Mari thing? Because I think the bot's working now. So can you, like, remove my pinned message? Assuming you're at PC. If you're on mobile, never mind. I'll get it. But if you're on desktop, I would appreciate it. Your favorite Prelude theme? Oh, that's hard. Thank you, OBC. I think Prelude themes, I think 10 and 11 stick in my head the most. Just because I played those ones so much. But I don't know if they're actually my favorites or not. Hey, Finn. Imaru taking advantage of the things working again. Be careful, though. I might lose the bot again. I don't know if it'll stay connected. All I know is it's connected right now. It really is, and it sound glitches out enough that I'm like really happy to use it because then I don't have to listen to the droning. Yeah, I like the floor scrubber. It's a very good, like, addition. Do 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 do. I'm waiting. I will keep, by the way, with everybody on the computer, I will be keeping everybody updated as the updates roll out for different things. What I'm probably going to do, as things clear, I'm going to start paying ahead on different goals with it. So, like, if I do, like, I haven't actually paid off the December payment yet, but I'm going to be paying that once everything y'all have done clears. I'll probably be marking off the January payment as well. Rather than paying towards the overall debt to reduce those payments and reduce the interest, I think it would be better if I pay ahead in case something happens.
What are you all doing in my bedroom? Why were you watching me sleep?
Mari, you know I work from here. You just keep sleeping in my office. Ugh. Okay, how much did I miss? I know I missed a chunk over here, yeah. There we go. Oh. Finn, intentional or not, that just made me really happy, so thank you for that. I try really hard to make things comfy here. Oh, by the way, Felinity was kind enough to send me some new driftables. I haven't added them yet. I'll probably add them later today. But Felinity did send me a bunch of new driftables. Honestly, so, like, I haven't decided what the terrain is, but texture-wise, that is moss, isn't it? The texture I made the grass is 100% moss, isn't it? For the terrain. We could just say that that is a moss rather than a grass. I wonder how hard it would be for me to get a terrain to look like that in Minecraft. Because the colors aren't, like, unheard of. But to make it look like a nice grass could be very difficult. I think it's cloud-like just because of how much I made it cover their legs. But yeah, I'm gonna add the driftables later today. Probably. Hi, BB. Hello. You know, I should probably feel bad for some of the new people. I just remembered, because BB in the cat tree is such a regular thing. Because he wants to be next to me. I used to have a webcam specifically pointed at the cat tree that had a green screened back, so that way you'd only see if a cat was on it. It would be funny to just stealth bring back and not tell anybody. Like, oh yeah, no, it's back on. You just suddenly see a cat in the overlay, go, wait a minute. The problem was, I've started becoming very, much more light sensitive. Like, headaches have become more common as time has gone on and things. And I needed to set up proper even lighting on it, and it was just a extra bit of stress. I had to go, ow, hi Soumya. Ding. I appreciate y'all showing up, especially on my lower energy days. Hey, Tabby. You are more than welcome to, Felinity. It's one of those things where I do want them posted in a spot where I can have visible permission. Because I feel like it also serves as kind of a credits thing. Because I don't have names on them anymore, right? Like, I used to edit all of them to add names, and it was too much effort for me to do it, and I kept falling behind. So I'm trying to do things in the least stressful way I can in order to stay on top of things. Because I keep adding new things to my list of stuff I have to do, and I need to get more on top of it, right? So making things that involve less effort on my part is definitely ideal. Because I don't want to post fan art with no credit, so if I have at least a gallery in the Discord. Sorry, if you ever see me stop moving, I'm drinking. I'm taking a drink. Or scratching my nose, or petting the cats. Or sneezing. Thank you. Ugh. But no, I'm hoping... Not all of those are technically accurate, but I figure we've missed enough of them before I added the counter that it's fine. I do need to make an unsneeze option, though, or an unbless that mods can run to reduce it by 1. Could you make a note for me, OBC? Just put unbless command. That way if it triggers twice or somebody uses it a thing, that I can fix the counter, or a mod can fix the counter. But yeah, I wonder how hard it would be to get that to feel right. Because the problem is, even if I do... I don't think you could really do... I don't think I could really do a magenta grass if I wanted to. And the only reason I say that is because if you have magenta grass, that would mean that is kind of the color that the chlorophyll process goes on that planet, right? Would be the idea. So having it be that while it would work in Minecraft for the grass... Suddenly the trees don't match. And I'd have to redo all the trees with a different thing. Which isn't impossible, but it is definitely not an ideal. What? Crap. Hey, puppy. How's it going? Ursa Minor. Okay. Ursa Minor is a throwback, but for those who do not know, one of my original Minecraft servers, I had this idea, and I'm still really proud of this idea. I had this really cool idea, and I'm still proud of it. But basically, all the resource packs were changed on it to be different colors. So the grass was purple in Ursa Minor. Like the grass and the leaves were purple. The dirt was blue. And it was this idea that it forced people to build in a new way and look at every block differently because they weren't the same. And I had spent the time going through, but there's too many blocks now. There's like over 1,000, right? I'm not going to edit over 1,000 blocks to do this again, but it was a really, really fun way to go about it. I would like to do it again. It's just too much work, I think, is the important thing. Now, remember when I said 13.2 has random death metal in it? I meant it. This isn't even the Chocobo theme. Which one is this? Oh, yeah. This is just Limit Break. This is your Limit Break music. Thirteen two was unhinged in the best way. But yeah, I just don't have the energy to deal with like trying to make a custom resource pack for all of the blocks and stuff, because I think it would be really cool to do that again. Like everything with chlorophyll gets a red in it. Like the chlorophyll would work red instead. My favorite block is soul sand. Soul sand is my favorite block. Always has been. I use it a bit less now ever since Update Aquatic added the bubbles. But I always used to use it under the water to replace it with mud before mud got added. So now mud is kind of filling that same spot, but soul sand is still the cool one to me due to a bit of nostalgia. Is air still technically a block? I know air was originally a block. Is it still a block? I know that you can still grab it as a thing, or like you can use commands to fill an area with it, but I'm not sure if it's coded the same way as a block is anymore. Oh, if you could be any job class from any Final Fantasy game, even some combo things like White and Black Mage, what would you be? Give me Kamari's Blue Mage mixed with Final Fantasy XI Summoner. I'm mixing games here. Or I'm gonna try a different mixture. Give me Final Fantasy X's Blue Mage via Kamari. But then combine me with Final Fantasy XI's Puppeteer. Because Puppeteer needs love again. Puppeteer was a fantastic one. This is the Planet Express ship. This is a really long song for a limit break that lasts 30 seconds. Whoop. I love the line, fall until you die. Like, okay. Seems excessive. Hey, door. You know, even though it takes a while to get the numbers up, I'm still amazed that we managed to hit about 20 viewers. I don't typically talk numbers, but the fact that we managed to hit 20 viewers on Saturday during our Hermitcraft livestream weekend is very, very happy for me. Cannot bring back what has been. This is the new game. This is just Power Wash 2, Dwagon. I don't think they've done any DLC or anything. Ding. Hey, Wim. Ugh. Doo-doo. Did you not realize the sequel was out, Dragon? That's fair, Door. Usually when I'm dealing with dodgy internet, I switch to audio only mode. Yeah, it came out about a month ago. I want to say maybe a little more. Time is weird. Hey, Tyga. Assuming you got your phone plugged in? Plone fugged in. Plone fugged in, everybody. Do-do, do-do-do-do, do-do. It's always F's that'll mess me up. Like, out of, like, the letters that I will screw up when I am, like, tripping over words, it's always F's. No. Plone flugged in. So, phone, switch to a P, and then plugged, but switch to an F. Oh, hey. We got the normal Chocobo music. I love that this is the typical Chocobo music, right? This is 5.13's normal Chocobo music. Or 13.2's Chocobo music. Nothing questionable about it. So what you can do, Dor, is if you click settings, there should be an audio only option. Like out of like where you change like the resolution stuff, one of them should say audio only. So then you won't see anything, but you get to listen to the stream. Do. There we go. Yeah, this song is called Groovy Chocobo. So wait, I'm gonna go. So this one's Groovy Chocobo. Where is the other Chocobo? Chocobo. And there's Chocobo Rodeo. So another Chocobo song. But the song that I am talking about when I think of Final Fantasy 13-2 is this one. I love this. This is a Chocobo theme. Have a good night, Tyga. Thanks for popping in. I believe it was so you think you can ride this Chocobo, is what they were trying for. Gas them up with the greens and let them go. It's just so out of place. Trying to cause the rave. Good job, Amaru. I really do want to get a new dance emote though of my model now doing the Dashing Prince's finale dance from the first Katamari. Just because it's such an absurd dance. Validity. I sent Validity images the other day because I don't know if Validity was aware of the candy wrapper accessory, which I believe is from me and my Katamari specifically. But there's a candy wrapper accessory that actually adds to the side of the player's head. But they added it. They added a DLC for 5 songs to Once Upon a Katamari. So they are doing DLC, though right now it's just music. They are doing DLC, so they added a handful of songs. 5 songs for like $8, which isn't bad. But it also came with a handful of accessories, which is really cool. The hell was that? Bang. That was in the song. The hell was that? I really do too. I feel like they've really, because of the way they did the level selects, they could easily add new worlds. They could add levels into it. I don't think it is asking too much for them to do that. I just hope that they see value in doing that. I also think that if we get DLC levels, that means we get the DLC cousins that they don't have. While I don't expect the 30-some from Katamari Damacy Online, we could at least get the 8 new ones from Rolling Live. But like we actually went over this in the Discord the other day. They're missing about half the cousins. There's 120 cousins, and they only put 70 in the game. So for them to go, oh, we added all the cousins. No, you didn't. I think you added all the ones from the main games. But they're missing a lot. What I would like to see, and I think it would be the funniest call out, would be for them to add Cousin from Namco High. I would love to see Cousin from Namco High get added. Just be really, like, because you know, like, with Touch My Katamari, they did a whole bunch of Namco crossover ones that had, like, Pac-Man levels and things. Put Cousin in that one. Put Cousin in a Pac-Man or a Galaga or a Dig Dug stage. What is it, phone? They're just telling me my credit score. That's fine. I don't need to know my credit score. But like Touch My Katamari had a lot of silly like DLC levels, right? And they had a Bandai Namco themed one, and it was just a Pac-Man stage, and it's like that would be the perfect stage to put Cousin in. Just because Cousin was from Namco High, which was a dating sim, for those who do not know. It was an official Katamari Damacy Namco dating sim. in which you could date Dave Sprite from Homestuck. And it's a real thing. It's 100% like published by Namco. But you could also date like the Galaga ship. You could date Lolo, Dig Dug, the Galaga ship. Pac-Man was in it. It was an experience. But they've got so many cousins available. Katamari Damacy Online, I think, is an extremely forgotten one, but that one had like 30-some cousins in it. And they are honestly the best cousins they've ever done. They had one named Lace. Absolutely beautiful. They had cousins with melanin. Like it was a real thing. Like if you ever go to the Katamari wiki, look up the full list of cousins, especially Katamari Damacy Online's cousins. I think the closest to Sonic dating sim you're gonna get right now is the Sonic murder game that came out. If you remember, there was that Sonic the Hedgehog is murdered on the train. That one. Because that was a Sonic the Hedgehog visual novel. Very Phoenix Wright vibes. On that one, it was fun. Oh, I was having I haven't talked about Thanksgiving yet, actually. So on Thanksgiving, I was basically babysitting my cousin's older kid, who's 5. And basically because he's now an older sibling to 2 twins, so those twins were kind of taking everybody's attention and all that stuff. So I was basically serving as a distraction. I was asked if I would bring my PS5, so we played games. And we were playing Knack 2, and I didn't realize this, but the main voice you hear all the time in Knack 2 is Knuckles. It's Knuckles' voice actor. Ugh. I'm sniffly. Hey, buddy. I believe it's the Shadowbringer. I believe for Shadowbringer, I do have the Blu-ray version of the soundtrack, which came with an adorable Bahamut minion that everybody is jealous of. But it's a little Bahamut that has a stone orb that drops on its head. Yeah, wind up Bahamut. It's so good. I would like to enjoy 14, but I don't think I'd be able to enjoy 14, especially because I don't have the time since I stream. I've mentioned this before, but in order to stream MMOs, you really have to pretty much exclusively stream the MMO to really make it worth it, and I don't have the energy for that. And then waiting is never fun. I think the only really good way that a streamer can enjoy it is if they started their own free company with the stream community. The stream community joins, and then the stream community takes part in it, but then a lot of them are going to be overpowered, and it just building it up for problems. Have a good one, Finn. Also, Finn, before you go, I want to let you know that Cleo and I have both checked out your Tumblr. It's not just me reposting your posts on Tumblr, but Cleo and I have both enjoyed that Tumblr and think it's cute. So you can enjoy and appreciate that statement. Finn has a Tumblr where all of the hermits and hermit adjacent groups are worm on a string. I didn't realize till the other day that it was Finn's. I was just like, I wonder who runs this, and I check. Oh, it's Finn. I think you make whatever you feel most excited for. I understand the desire to balance it and try to keep it somewhat there, but you can only really do what you want, and then if people want to see more of the other ones, they can request it. Hey, good. Is it something? It doesn't seem that weird. I'm not noticing anything odd about the blimp. Should I? Like, I'm at 88%, so it's not like they've hidden anything like the restroom one. Oh, I'm almost done with it. I haven't had any trouble. I think that's gonna be a nuisance is down here because I just gotta go back over it. Ugh. I appreciate y'all. Just, I know I keep saying it, but I really appreciate y'all choosing to spend some time here today. I definitely... I wasn't expecting a good turnout today because of everything going on. So it does mean a lot, so thank you. Get clean! Thank you. God. It did not want to get clean. But no, I need to work on some of my projects while I wait on the new PC to be built. For sure. But I need to work on the faction system badly. I need to get that rolled out because I want people to have factions before the new Minecraft map. Hey, Link. Yeah, this is Sarah's theme. Sereh from Final Fantasy 13-2. But no, I need to get the faction thing sorted. I need to get the applications for each faction to be set up. I think that is important, and we need to get that done. Ooh, okay. So, okay, I'm gonna be a little bit silly with this, right? Because I've talked about doing the factions, like, oh, we could have the factions compete over who has the high score or whatever, and try to get those the highest, which is probably what's gonna happen for Cleo's, right? But what we could do, sounds good, Link. What we could do for mine, because it's more specific, I could have that channel point redeem button, right? I could have it go and get modified each time. I could do it so that way that power wash ding effect that we're doing when people do the check-in, right? what I could do is I could make it so when that's redeemed, instead of the white, it's the color of the team you're on behind your name. For that, like the regular Power Wash Ding could do a regular Power Wash Ding, but then the one when you're on a team could ding it in whatever color you are, and then it would just stay that color in the channel point redeem buttons. And it would just show that team is winning.
You know what's awesome? You.
Gasp! One sec. Okay. There we go. This panel. Where are you, Dirty? All over. I should try grabbing it and moving it over where I can see it better. There we go. Come on. Eh. There's a giant glare here. Okay, it's the ring. Probably the underside, but I want to make sure I get the top. Oh, okay. I found what I missed. I think I found where I missed it. There we go. A little bit. Okay. I didn't even mean to clean that one. Oh. There. You know what? If we're gonna talk on Final Fantasy classes and mention Red Mage, I would like to ask the class. Red Mage is pretentious, right? Like, Red Mage is just like a really pretentious class, right? Like, I've never met a Red Mage that wasn't pretentious. Every single Red Mage, pretentious as shit. Like, Red Mage is the class you picture, like, being, like, nobles and all that. Like, it's such a very specific thing, but it's like, you're pretentious. I don't even... I can do everything. Yeah, but slightly worse. I don't... It's just like I would rather have a black mage Dark Knight or a white mage Paladin or like all these other ones. Like, no, red mage is like, really? Red Mage is just so pretentious. It's funny though. Like no fault to anybody playing it, but the class itself is a pretentious class. And like every official Red Mage character is also pretentious. It is not to say that the people using it are. Yeah, it's not to hate on the people playing the class. It is to call out the class itself. The class is pretentious. Play as whatever class you want. Okay, so I don't have a strong enough well, I don't have a strong enough nozzle on this, but if I narrow that, there we go. So the summoner can res thing, if I remember correctly, in 11 they didn't get res till way later, unless you subclass with White Mage. And that actually led to somebody trying to start a fight with me because they added me to their party, not realizing what my class, like that I was a summoner Black Mage. And they got really bitter about it because they didn't realize. Because they hired me thinking I was going to be a healer. Like, no. I did not become a summoner to be a healer. They got so angry. It's like I can help cure, but I'm just going to draw aggro if I do. And they go, well, help heal. And alright. And I helped heal the next round because summoner does have cure. And I did that. And I immediately got killed because I took aggro. Like, do you see what happens when you have a summoner heal? And you're a shit tank? Like... Oh, we need to cure. Well, I didn't need you to cure like that. Like, I did 2 cures. 2. Summoners should not be a summoner and a healer. If you're after a healer, get a healer. If you're after a summoner, you get a summoner. Do not hire a summoner to heal. If I was maining a White Mage, then I would probably take a summoner subclass. But I was maining a summoner. I know what class I picked. See, AI party members were never a thing when I played. Granted, I played since launch on 11. Had the biggest link shell in the damn server. So much so that it had clone. There were actually legit clone link shells in other servers popping up. Still proud of that. I didn't realize I had created such a good link shell. I had left it in the hands of somebody else. And I hope they're doing well. Wherever you are, Rachna, shout out. But no, I ran a link shell called the Cardians, and her whole thing was like helping out new players based on the Cardians from 11. And our whole thing was just like, don't take it too seriously. Because like people would go, well, what's the best way to do this? It's like, well, what do you want to do? Like, how do you want to have fun? Like, what sounds fun to you, and then we'll work with that and make that good. Like, you don't need to play some perfect build. Like, what do you want to do? Do you want to be a summoner? Okay, do you want to attack or do you want to heal? Like, what are your goals here? And it's just like, yeah, we'll work with you to find what's fun. And it's like, well, I'm this race. Like, okay, but you don't have to be limited by that. Yeah, it'll make things easier or harder, but if you want to be a Taru Taru, and you want to be a Dark Knight, you be that Taru Taru Dark Knight. Like, whatever class you want. It's funny. I'm like, I have really bad social skills, generally speaking. So Asmodai making that comment about being good at building community. I have poor social skills. I'm blunt. I'm straightforward. I don't like to deal with any problems, and I remove those problems quickly, rather than deal with them sometimes. I have a very, like, cut and dry, like, stance on a lot of things and all that. Oh, God. You say slightly different stats, Clue. They were kind of dramatic when it came to, like, strength stat. Trying to do any strength-based build as a Taru Taru was impossible. Ugh. Like, it was an absolute hell. But no, I think I've come to learn just that there are groups that I can't, or there are types of people that I can't work with. And that's not anything against them. That's just kind of the way it is, right? Oh yeah, no, 14 was fine. 14 did not actually make the races actually that differing because of what they did in 11. Though one of the things that will piss me off, and I have a feeling you'll understand where I'm going with this, with the direction of 14, one of the statements they had made very early on is they were not going to gender lock any races. Shocking that didn't last, did it? But yeah, no, it was because they had the Makote and the Galka were locked, which later became the Mithra and the Galka, which became the Makote and the Rogadins. But yeah, they shouldn't have gender locked any of them. And I hate that they did that because they went against their own kind of rules for no reason. I'm also, this is one for anybody who's been playing a long time. The Ura are really, really, really cool in the concept art. Really, really, really cool in the concept art. Really, really disappointing in the game. The Ura were more lizard. And it looked great, and they had more care in their designs, and then they toned it way down and made them humans with horns and some scaly patches. It's like, Another one. Honestly, the Vieira were really interesting. So the Vieira changed a bit. The Vieira and their concept, they went to just basically what was in 12, which I think was disappointing and uninspired. It's cool to have them, but like they should have modified them a bit to not just be what they had in 12, because they're straight up the ones from 12. There was no character design in that. They had two versions. They later became the rabbit people that exist now in Final Fantasy 14, the NPCs that are rabbit people, but that was very close to an also playable version of the Vieira. There were going to be the two regions of Vieira that gave you a more varied thing, and they just scrapped the one. And it's just like, Also, male Vieira were in the original concepts, and they just didn't release them, which is also bull. But yeah, the Ora were very, the men especially had very very lizard-like faces. The women had more scales, longer claws, long tails, more angular hair designs. It was great, and The only thing I can think for why they toned it down is because of the difficulty of adapting the armor to that drastic of a form change. But they made the most disappointing, like, choices when they released them. So as much as I get it, it did not. I don't think that. I think they should have taken time and made it better. But ugh. Slowly nudge myself over while doing this barrel, while I look up different music. Because I do like the Final Fantasy music, but we might be a little too cozy now. This should be interesting. Amazing clue. Though, for what it's worth, clue, I did that with my row. My row was named Snowgime. So, I know that feeling. As the story went on, like, oh, this is weird. Yeah. Thankfully, last names aren't used too often in dialogue, but getting that first name the same is like, But yeah, no, that's the thing with doing lore accurate names. Especially on Ro, though. Rogadin have very limited combinations of names if you want to be lore accurate. Mine was Snowgime Solcameron, which is Snow Gem, daughter of Blessed Hammer. But like, there's only so many ways that it can be done. Wow! So, you want to know why my PC just dropped frames there? You want to know why my PC just dropped frames there? I changed tabs in Discord, and I lost a second of frames. So when I say that my computer is dying, my computer is dying. I lost 24 frames because I changed a tab in Discord. This is part of why I did not wait to be further along in the saved budget for a new computer. Because what would happen is if I didn't order it now, especially with the 5% discount and all that and the RAM prices, ignoring price, if I did not order it now, I'm going to end up with weeks where I would not have a computer. Just because it is suffering. But yeah, I'm going to have my computers plugged in next to each other. Well, I say plugged in next to each other. I got a really long extension cord on the way, so that way I can plug it into a different fuse, because I know it's going to trip a breaker. But I got an extension cord so I can plug it in across the house, so I have both of them in the same room next to each other while I'm working on them. And then I will clone everything over. And I did point this out in Discord. I will be taking a few days off when this happens. I'll be taking a few days off to transfer everything over, make sure everything works, make sure all of my mix-it-up stuff is accurate. Make sure I don't lose any of my model movements, things like that, which should all be fine. And then I will be decommissioning my old one. I'll be taking out old hard drives in it, all that. That's kind of great, though, Clue. So mine was intentionally food named. Mine was named Flodden, after a coffee drink. I named my Lalafell after a coffee drink. Dude. That's kind of great, though, Clue. Wait, no, they wanted you to be a cannibal? That's horrible. Haley. Asmodai, chocolate is bitter. The reason you can taste the difference in brand of flour is because they're usually different crops, which means the soil is different. And also there are different types of flour. I will do what I choose, Asma. I just realized the ladder I'm standing on is absolutely filthy. So this music is apparently from Nier. I think it's from the mobile game. So I don't recognize any of the songs specifically. I don't blame you, Bunny. I am also tired. The weather, it's snowing right now. We've hit hibernation. We've hit hibernation mode. So now I think I need to go right here, and I should clean the other side of the blades. Oh God, I am so sorry, Bunny. I am not a... It's not to say I don't like kids, I enjoy kids, but if I cannot escape the kids, I am unhappy. I have like a hard limit of like one kid. No, I say that. My ex that I lived with for a while had 3 kids. I'm fine with 3 kids, but as soon as I get more than one yelling, I'm out. My brain shuts off. It's not good. I need chill. Oh, I'm so sorry, Bunny. Hey, Possum. I hope everybody's having an alright Saturday. Like, not a bad Saturday. I think it's Saturday, right? It's Saturday? Ow! Listen, I don't know what day any day is. All I know is for some reason I got an alert on my phone today from Pizza Hut telling me that I should leave the leftovers another day and get pizza. And all I was thinking is like, it's been a couple days since Thanksgiving. I don't think I should leave the leftovers and get pizza. I think I should probably eat the leftovers before they go bad. Like, I was very concerned with that message. It's like, no, I think we've reached the point of definitely eat those leftovers. I think once you're going on 3 days leftovers, you may be pushing it. I'm not saying you can't, but I feel like leftovers at a certain point, especially, okay, I'm going to say this, especially leftovers from Thanksgiving, which are very rarely properly covered for the amount of time that they should be, or put away at a proper rate. You probably, like, I don't eat leftovers from Thanksgiving because they are not covered nice. They are not, like, 3 hours uncovered is too long to be uncovered for food. And a lot of people at Thanksgiving do not properly cover their food or keep it warm enough to stave off bacteria. I don't touch leftovers at Thanksgiving because they've been out and open too long. Like, just full stop. So, but like, ugh. Where is this ladder filthy? Where are you filthy? Ah, got it. Surviving doesn't mean that it's a risk you should be willing to take, Bunny. Like, I'm not saying you won't be okay. I'm saying there is a high probability of getting sick. And I don't like to screw around with that, especially when my job involves talking. Like, if I lose speech, we're having problems. I did not realize the water in this actually does have cleaning stuff in it. Did y'all notice that in this game? This isn't pure water. This definitely has cleaning stuff in it.
Cam, if you can't talk, I can just run the stream myself.
You know what? Mari did not actually interrupt me for breaks, which is a sign that the thing was broken when I did it. It is time. It's actually a half hour past this. I should have taken a break half an hour ago. And I don't believe Mari said anything. So we are going to step away for a little bit. We're going to step away. We're going to grab a drink, all that fun stuff. So we will be right back. You will not miss anything, I promise. But stretch your legs, all that fun stuff, and I will see you all very soon. Oh, grab a snack. Y'all deserve a snack. I'm going with the Battle Nuns. Let's watch the fight. 40% chance. The bell rings. The Battle Nuns leap forward. Her sword flashing. The gladiators. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Words mouth make word go blah blah blah. Okay. I'm going to aim for the fourth square right here. I'm aiming right in the fourth square. Gonna aim for that fourth square right there. Hey, Snow. Oh shit.
Let the games begin. Pick a spot to drop from.
Let's go.
Ever heard of chaos theory? Well, this is
Oh! Woo!
I am filled with rage about the whole nobody dying thing.
Yeah! For the wider ones now? We've given them a specific... You can stand on top of missile megs. Just make sure to carefully time your jump. Oh, I'm bad at that. As I was saying... It's a big milestone as well. Oh, God. We've begun with this. I guess we're playing a classic game now.
Look at me.
This actually isn't too hard on this game. Ow. Never mind.
Green power.
God. Okay, you've actually successfully got me with that. That mirror went on longer than I thought. What? Well, this is okay. Okay, chat. I didn't mean play every single card. What? You know, here's the thing though. Let me take the Katamari. Oh God! Help! Help! I do wonder if I should put the fan art over in the void, but then I feel like the fan art would get smaller. I need something fun to put in that void. This one that is behind me. You throw away that one, because that one's bent. You throw away the bent ones. Why do we have more bent ones? Throw away this one. I'm hoping someday I can think of something like really cool to put in that void. That like really... Like some sort of mini game or things like that I think would be really fun to put in there, but I don't know what I would do. If we do get like banners or whatever eventually for if we ever get like banners for the factions, maybe we could have the current like faction leader banner be there. But I don't know. Don't know. I feel like I'm going to hate cleaning this thing. Like, as I'm cleaning it, all these weird curves. That's fair, Felicity. I don't want to put all this on you, though. I feel a bit guilty with how much you've submitted already for stuff, you know? I'm okay. I'm okay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I'm fine. I know. It's still just one of those things, you know. It's like, even if you're offering, there's still this bit of like, yeah, but you're doing so much already. God, I hate cleaning this thing. I think this is one where I'm expected to definitely use the soap. No, this is far worse than the blimp was. Far worse.
Move your foot. I can't see anything.
Sucks to be you, Mari. I didn't choose to be here. Blame Mamoru. Mamoru did this to me. Have a good one, Bunny. It was nice seeing you. What do you mean creepy dinosaur? Wait, creepy dinosaur thing. Creepy dinosaur thing. The only other thing I can think of would be Mari, who's in the upper right of the screen, not the left bottom screen. And Mari is a Bumbadillo. Bumblebee armadillo. But that is the exact opposite of the left bottom screen, so I'm not sure what you're talking about. My feet are really cold. Holy crap. So that gets soap. Whatever is going on here, this gets soap. I mean, there's the calf bites, but I don't feel like the calf bites would ever qualify as dinosaur things, you know? Do 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 do.
I can see.
I can see. I can fight. Also, I still stand by this as a statement of I think this is a flaw with this game. And I think this flaw needs to be acknowledged. The soap should be tinted blue. Or pink. Soap is very rarely perfectly white. And when you do that, and a lot of the surfaces in the game are white to clean, it makes it a little less obvious they're there. So I think they should add a tint to the soap. Just to make it a little nicer. I should have done this the first time, honestly. I should have took the time and just pulled this out and soaped everything. Even if I don't get everything, just view this as this is going to be a messy one. Use the soap now. There we go. Just soap everything I can till I run out of soap. There we go. The soap definitely does take out a lot of the irritation with trying to clean some surfaces, but it's also this mix of I've just added another step to going over things twice, you know? Thankfully, it's got a wide enough spray. That poor teddy bear. Oh my gosh. $808 cement. Probably Bob Cement. Concrete Plan is a great name for a cement company, though. Ooh. But yeah, see, like, I've got white on white, so if I miss little bits, I'm going to easily miss things, you know? But if it had, like, a pinkish sheen or a bluish sheen to it... I do love me a dither shader. I do love me a dither shader. It is a fun word, I agree.
Chat. The next time you have noodles in a pot, put cheese in it, if you ain't lactose intolerant. It's banging.
I'm gonna add a separate argument into this, Mari. Next time you have noodles, add Kewpie mayo. Trust me. I put mayo on my ramen, and you can fight me over this. Well, if you hate mayo, that's one thing, but I do want to clarify that Kewpie mayo and regular mayo taste very different. So I do understand, but I would say try both before you say you hate all mayo, because it may just be American mayo or non-Japanese mayos that get you. Okay, being allergic is an exception. Obviously, no pressure if you're allergic. I think regular mayo is really good on things like ham. Very specifically ham. But, like, Kewpie is really good on a lot of things. And noodles are definitely one of them. Especially egg-based noodles. Aww. But yeah, Kewpie mayo tastes very different than non-Kewpie mayo. So I do think that is a very important distinction to make. Even if you don't like mayo, that Kewpie mayo does taste distinctly different. Obviously, if you end up not liking both, that's totally valid, but I do think it's not fair to categorize them as both as regular mayo. Is all. Something that's helped me, Asmo, with eggs, because I mean, I don't mind eggs either way, but if you want to make eggs taste really, really good, add some chicken bouillon into it. If you add chicken bouillon to like scrambled eggs or anything like that, you get a more chickeny flavor and less egg, and it's very good. But yeah, I think though, like, on that conversation about like mayo itself, it's kind of like saying you hate mustard but you've only had yellow mustard, right? Because like yellow mustard tastes very different than Dijon mustard or hot mustard or things like that, right? There's like over 200 kinds of mustard, and they all taste really different. So it's not about like necessarily hating Mustard, hating yellow mustard. And I don't blame you if you hate yellow mustard. Yeah, see, yellow mustard has its uses. I think yellow mustard is really good on like. I think here's the thing. Yellow mustard is really good on things like cheap corn dogs and stuff like that. But also, like, all the other kinds of mustard are also really good on those situations. So if you can choose a mustard that isn't yellow mustard, grab the other mustard. I've gotten in a habit of, I'm really bad at it, but I've been making myself egg drop soup for breakfast a lot lately. Add a little bit of bouillon. Add a little bit of bouillon to some boiling water. Stir in some eggs, and there you go. Easy egg drop soup, you know? And it's something that's a lot more filling than just having, like, scrambled eggs in the morning, because I get, like, a whole bunch of broth and all that. Add in some turmeric and whatnot, make it a little more yellow. Add some spices. It's just, it's... I think a lot of things with food that a lot of people end up not liking, it tends to not be the food themselves that they don't like, it's the prep process for that food. Obviously, there are exceptions. Some people just don't like certain things, and I'm not going to fault people if you don't like certain things. But I do think it's important to sometimes go, maybe this was prepared poorly. I had a moment the other day because it was bugging me. Because I say the other day, it's been weeks now. But the conversation about... let's be real. The absurd idea of putting tuna on a baked potato is really weird, and I need the UK to understand this. Cold tuna on a baked potato, really weird. but I will say the ingredients are there. The ingredients are there. I don't think the ingredients are the problem. I think it's the presentation. I think those ingredients can work together. It is not delicious. You're wrong, okay? You're wrong. But the ingredients do work. The ingredients themselves do work. What I ended up doing is I actually... so I wanted to make it in a way that worked for me. That I found that I thought tasted good and was well done. So what I ended up doing is I ended up making some fish patties, like fish cakes, mixing in some breading and whatnot with it, frying up those fish cakes, and then then shredding that and putting that in a baked potato worked fantastically. Worked absolutely fantastically. But it's mixing in the ingredients and taking the time to prep it in a more thorough way, I feel, is the thing. Because crab cakes do not take long to make. See, you lose me on the beans, though. You'll never get me to enjoy like baked beans. That'll just never happen. Ever. I do not understand. Like, I will eat beans. This is the thing. I will eat beans, but they are never an enjoyable part of anything I eat. They're just there. I want you to understand how horrible this combination sounds to anybody who is not from the UK, or I just need you to understand this. It actually sounds abysmal. Okay, I think this is a separate little bit there, Dor. When you're allergic to something, I'm pretty sure everything you're allergic to automatically tastes better, which is like a really screwed up human thing, right? But I think you're very, very off on that. "100% there's a trans man that drives this truck." A trans man drives this truck, and I'm calling it. Dude. Clean! There we go. But no, I think a lot of things that people don't like with food is not typically the flavor. I say typically, like there are exceptions, right? But I think prep is such a massive part of it. And I think a lot of people, like for me, one of my big things with food is I want to taste the ingredients separately first. That has always been a thing for me. I want to taste the ingredients first. I want to understand how the ingredient tastes. And then I will consider myself a prep. And just, even if I don't like the food itself, doesn't mean I won't like it in things. I will say I definitely have a dislike of anything with grapefruit in it. And its flavor overpowers a lot of what's in. But it doesn't say I don't like anything with it. I think there are some sauces that have grapefruit in it that work. But grapefruit itself, generally speaking, I could do without grapefruit ever being in anything. It's very... Grapefruit is one of the only things I really, really don't like as far as foods go. There are things I could go without. But it's usually like combinations of things I don't feel work well. I also have a dislike of most things that are spicy. Not because I don't like spice, I need to be clear. Not because I don't like spice, but a lot of things that are made spicy for the sake of heat and not actually flavor. And if you're making things for the sake of heat and not flavor, I don't think you should be allowed to cook. If you're not making food for flavor, fuck you. Sorry, I need to work on my swearing. If for any reason other than I do want to get a Bandai sponsorship, and apparently they don't like to sponsor people who swear. So I need to work on that. Hydraulic... Okay, so you...
I just noticed something. Osmodai_00 smells like honey.
What did I tell you about smelling people? There was a post that came up on TikTok last night, and it was talking about, it was somebody from the UK being angry about like if I said a chicken sandwich, right? And you're in the US and I say a chicken sandwich, what do you picture? What do you picture if I say chicken sandwich? If you're in the US. UK, don't talk yet. Yeah, so if we're going McChicken, we're talking typically some breaded, a breaded single piece of chicken on a bun is a chicken sandwich. Yeah, breaded chicken patty, right? Right. That's a pretty good way to look at it. All right, now, UK, your turn. Describe a chicken sandwich to me. Chicken burgers are... Nope. Chicken burgers involve reconstituting them as, like, ground meat. If you're gonna call it a burger, it involves ground meat put into a patty. Mere. See, and a reply to it, I think, summed that up pretty well. No. If you are putting like sliced up bits of chicken on a piece of bread to eat that, and that's your chicken sandwich, that's a poverty meal. That is something you eat because you do not feel like making anything. That is not a chicken sandwich. You do not eat that by choice. I am sorry. There's so many. Okay, I just wanted to make sure this was clear. You don't eat that by choice. I'm not even gonna talk. I am not even gonna talk about the putting chips on sandwiches. I'm not opposed to it, but I'd rather have a sandwich and chips. Not having those in the same spot. Yeah, a chicken sandwich, which would use like sliced deli meat, that's a club sandwich and things like that. See, that's kind of where I'm at, Asmodai. If we're talking fries on a sandwich, just get potato bread. If you've never had potato bread, you're missing out. Get potato bread, toast the potato bread, and you've passed that step entirely, and you've got better tasting bread as well. Potato bread is the best, and it lasts a really long time. Okay, I know even a lot of people in the UK haven't heard of this one, but I think the most cursed food that I know exists in the UK, and I do need to mention this because it does exist in the UK, and you can fight me if you say it doesn't, because I've looked it up and I've known people, specifically the people I know that have done this are northern, so it may not be a southern thing in the UK, but it's northern UK. Toast sandwiches. This is not what it sounds like. Toast sandwiches. Specifically toast sandwiches. Can we talk about how sad that is as a thing? Toast sandwiches are weird. Dor, are you northern? I want to know if this is a northern thing. No? Okay. The only people I've known that know it in the UK have been northern. Like, Cleo had never heard of it. Like, enough that Cleo did not believe it was real. I still can't believe that people eat it. For those who don't know, it's a slice of white bread with butter and salt between two pieces of, I want to say it was rye bread. I'm not on about a toasty. I am talking about bread between two pieces of toast. It's literally a toast sandwich. I mean, I'm sure Dor can adjust this if I'm slightly off. But see, y'all are understanding. It's bread between two slices of toast. I'm assuming tiger bread is like cinnamon swirl bread. Like, just by the sound, it sounds like swirled like dough with two kinds. I'm guessing it may not be cinnamon bread. We have cinnamon bread that does that. Is it white and rye or white and wheat? Things like that. It was, so, OBC, it was 100% a thing that was made during, like, famine and poverty. That is where it came from. Every time I hear about it, usually one of the comments is, did anybody tell the UK that they're not in the Depression anymore? is usually the response. Or that World War II ended. It's like the closest thing I can think of in equivalence is things like Australia and fairy bread, right? Where it's like, okay, I get it. You've taken something simple and you've made it into a treat the easiest way possible. Valid. But toast sandwiches make me concerned. And I'm not fully hating because like I have bread and butter, but I feel like the idea of just putting, I feel like it might be a bit much to just be adding another slice of bread and calling it a sandwich. Like, could you not just butter a piece of bread and eat that? I feel like if you're gonna go simple, just stay simple. It is, but that's not a toast sandwich, Beard. A toast sandwich is two slices of toast with a slice of bread between it. This is slightly different and it's questionable. Buttered toast, buttered bread, fine with that. From my understanding, it's called a toast sandwich according to Wikipedia, Beard. I'm going off of what Wikipedia told me. Toast sandwich. And it's weird. Hey, elusive. You eat buttered bread while making toast. That's a separate question to Clue. Teachers always said not to trust Wikipedia because they didn't feel like teaching people how to use Wikipedia. I'm attacking the existence of toast sandwiches, elusive. I don't know where you're from, but the UK has this thing called toast sandwiches, and it concerns me. All I know is when I eventually move to the UK, I'm gonna do everything in my power to at least cook half the food. Cause one of the questions Clue had for me is when I eventually come to the UK, what do I want to do? And I go, I want to try food. But not UK food. I want to try, like, Chinese food in the UK. That's what I want to try. I want to try UK Chinese food. So I hear, but I'm gonna be real. It don't look good. All the photos I've seen of UK Chinese food do not look good. Like it's missing the presentation. Like American Chinese food is great and looks good. I've heard about that and that scares me, Clue. Isn't that like the cheap like end of the night thing where like crap is just thrown in there? Cantonese is a specific section of China, I would say, in this conversation. I think. But no, I don't want to try any. Sorry, this just reminded me. There was somebody in the UK that was doing a TikTok that was I'm stuck on like UK food TikTok and it's been cursed. But there was somebody who was talking about how proving that UK food is better than American food, and then everywhere they went, like they went to a breakfast place and literally got a New York platter for their breakfast to show how good UK food was. And it's like. You do know that when people talk about UK food, they're talking about food that originated in the UK. They're not talking about, like, UK Chinese food, UK American food. Like, if you go to McDonald's or KFC, that's not, and just because it's in the UK doesn't suddenly make it that food. It was a very weird video, and I don't know if they were rage baiting or if they thought that actually counted as UK food. But it was very weird. and that's the thing. Original food is where a lot of the conversation matters, because like a lot of food in there are so many different foods that exist in the U.S. that are U.S. foods, right? That are American foods. A lot of soul food. A lot of different types of seafood. There's so many things that are U.S. ones. Like, that's a big thing. A lot of Chinese food that is from the U.S. That's why I said a lot of Chinese food in the U.S. specifically, is a big thing, right? Like that is a major thing. That's why I want to try UK Chinese food, because it looks like it probably tastes good. And that is something that I would say is a UK specific, because the UK and US, obviously there were different ingredients and they had to be adapted. So those are specific ones. I guess in the UK, I should try chicken tikka masala, right? Because that's a UK food, technically speaking. Chicken tikka masala is like the one thing you got that like I believe is a UK food specifically, or like it's from the UK. It's UK Indian food, right? But it is UK. It is a UK food. But like the US, like when I think of US food, for anybody in the US, if I were to try to pick like a fast food place that is like US food, can we mostly agree that it's probably Dairy Queen? At least those who have a Dairy Queen in your area. Dairy Queen is American food? Like out of any place? Dairy Queen? If you were to describe American food in a fast food place? Very specifically American food? I think there's ones that have a lot of mix of things, but I think like the most American food is going to be what you would get at like
a while since we told Cameron we love their work.
Like carnival food, fair food. That is going to be your stereotypical American food. But like very specifically American food, I'm going to go with like carnival food and things like that. In it. We're adding an in it. We've entered that realm. Sonic is fair. I've never been able to have Sonic, but to my understanding, what Sonic has is the same as Dairy Queen. Sonic is the same as Dairy Queen, as far as places go. Except at one point they had people skate. Right? That's kind of the only... I was gonna record it for myself the other day, Felinity, so I'll try and grab one. Yeah, they have breakfast. They do have breakfast stuff at Sonic. Sonic is... So, to my understanding, though, Sonic is more expensive, but they pay their employees better. Like, to my understanding, Sonic actually pays employees properly. Compared to a lot of places. But also encourages tipping? At least that's what I've heard. I don't know if it's all factual or location-based or anything like that, but... Because that's the problem with franchises. Pay is different. But yeah, a lot of fast food places don't do tipping, which changes things a bit. But there's no Sonics near me. There's only one Sonic that ever existed near me, and I've never gone, so I can't actually like comment on Sonic as a food place. But from what I've seen, they're essentially the same as like Dairy Queen. But like, even if we're talking like stereotypical American food, we got hamburgers. Like, hamburgers are an American food. As much people go, oh, but they're from Germany. Not the same thing. Not the same thing. They're not the same. Like, I get it. Like, they're based on the food from Germany. It's a very different food. And I always feel like that's just trying to be dismissive of American food whenever somebody goes, it's not from America. Yes, it is. Because, like, that's going, like, but Japan has hamburgers. Yeah, and have you seen Japanese hamburgers? They're Salisbury steak. We've got different things have the same name. Like an American hamburger is an American hamburger, and they're amazing and great. I'm hungry. Also, gotta be real. Gotta be real. American food does include Mexican food. American food includes a lot of Mexican food because half of the US was Mexico. Okay? We do get to include Mexican food as American food. It's just a specific branch of American food. And Mexico is still in North America. It's still... You cannot beat, like, proper Mexican food. Oh my god. Like, where I live, we have more... Where I live, we act... And this is saying something for the Midwest. This is saying something for the Midwest. Where I live, we have more Mexican food places that are family-run restaurants than we have pizza places. And that's massive for the Midwest, okay? If you live in the Midwest and you have more Mexican places than you have pizza places, you've got good food. My location has a very high Mexican population, and they all run restaurants, and it's just amazing. It's great. That's why usually when I get food, I usually get Mexican food delivered. It's either I either get Mexican food, or I get sushi, or I get Thai. And the sushi and Thai come from the same place. Because I don't know. They're the same location. I don't know. But those are my if I get food delivered, that's what I'm getting. Occasionally I will get Wendy's because I really sometimes crave really cheap burgers. Just listen, you can go to Wendy's, get like 5 burgers for $10. I actually had posted, I was talking to Cleo the other day, and I go, Cleo, okay, I was like, have you eaten? I go, no, I'm ordering food. Okay, goes, well, I go, I'm good at burgers. Oh, okay. And the burgers arrive, I sent Cleo a photo, I got a stack of like 10 burgers, and Cleo's like, you gonna eat all of that? I go, I'm gonna put half of them in the fridge, but yes. But Cleo was judging me. Oh, I am so sorry, OBC. Yeah, no, that's the big thing. Whenever I get delivery, I always get I always try to get like 3 meals worth, because the delivery fee is gonna be the cost of like 1 meal. So rather than buy 1 meal and pay for 2, or 2 meals and pay for 3, at least getting 3 meals and paying for 4 is a lot better. Depends on the burger you get, Wolfie. Depends on the burger you get. I'm not talking about getting like their high quality burgers. I'm talking about getting like just their standard like simple cheeseburgers. They're about $2.40 per. $2.40 per burger at Wendy's. Not if you get like their Baconators or things like that, but if you get just their standard cheeseburger, they're not that expensive at Wendy's compared to most. Like out of the fast food places for burgers, they're probably the cheapest I can find. Like obviously there are like the Baconators, the Son of the Baconator or whatever, all of the special ones. But if you get just the burger, no additional things, no sides, I think the highest I've ever seen them is like $2.80 for the basic stuff, but yeah, no, they are less than $3. I know that much offhand. And then you usually throw in the coupon that's like, get $4 off if it's over $20, and then it's like, okay, well, I've saved even more. Right. You just got to make sure you're picking the right stuff. I think this game would be a lot more fun if they added a harness item that I could like latch on to here to the top, and then I could use that and go down the sides without having to worry about falling. That's fair, OBC, but see, for me, I rarely ever have meat on my pizzas. So cold pizza actually is fine, but that's because I'm getting usually mushrooms and onions and green peppers, right? And yeah, thin crust for sure. One of my favorite pizzas I actually get is a garlic parmesan sauce with mushrooms and spinach and onion. Oh, on a super thin crust, it's great. Problem is, it's definitely not worth the cost because it's like, oh, that's the same as like getting a different one. It's like, yeah, but then you get the thin crust that costs the same and you don't get as much filling out of it. It's delicious, but the fact that it costs the same as a much thicker pizza will never not drive me up the wall. Because like I want the thin one because it tastes better and has a better texture to it, but the other one is more filling. I am so hungry right now. I just want to be clear. I'm so hungry right now. I need to order groceries. I really need to order groceries, but it's snowed and I feel guilty and I want to wait for the snow to not be there. And I don't think the snow will be there tomorrow, so I'll order groceries tomorrow. I am to a point, but I'm also, like, my ADHD makes me forget whether or not I've even eaten. Like, I went all day yesterday without eating until, like, 7 p.m. because I had entirely forgot. Yay! More snow. It's fine. I've got a bunch of potatoes. I've got some frozen stuff. I just feel like I should get new groceries. I'll look at the forecast and decide after all this. Ah. Last night when I checked, it actually didn't look like I was getting that much, but maybe my thing was just wrong or grabbing the wrong region. So, okay, just because I hear it driving behind me. So my room, I had a fight with my Roomba yesterday because my Roomba killed itself last night. My Roomba was refusing to dock. It would go to the dock, line itself up, and then like 30 seconds later, it would drive away from the dock and then line itself back up. And then it would do it again, and it would do it again, and it would do it again. And I thought I had it fixed. This morning. Well, last night, and then I went out and saw it this morning, and it was like wedged between the cat food water dish, and it was just like, that's not where I told you to go. That is not next to your spot, and it was just dead. Battery died because it would not. It absolutely refused to go to its dock. But it's driving now because I manually put it at the thing, and I'm very curious if it's going to actually make it back to its dock. What's really annoying too is I got the alert that it finished its routine, so it knew it was done, but it was just like, no, I'm not lined up good enough. No, I'm not lined up good enough. No, I'm not lined up good enough. It's like, really? Pretty much. Nice, OBC. I am going to assume that the storage thing that was on my throne is going to get delivered today. I'm guessing here because I don't get delivery alerts until they're delivered for stuff that goes through throne. Because obviously it's not being shipped directly through me buying them. Oh, we got the sound back for the sprayer. I don't know when I'm actually going to use it. Probably as I work on the new computer and setting that up and everything and making sure everything's in the right spot. But I do look forward to having actual space to put away things. Welcome back, Finn. Like, I know I've missed spots, but I don't feel like those are enough to do it, so it must be... I'm shocked I'm not falling off the roof here. Good job, Dor. Why am I not falling off the roof? Why have you not dinged yet? Why have you not dinged yet? What's the line? Do I ask? What's the line? Ah. I did miss a spot, but I don't know where. This is the problem. I genuinely don't know where I missed a spot. How is this not clean? It's got to be over here. Yeah, it's got to be this side of it. Come on. It's cleaning it. Hey! I did it. I did it without jumping off the roof. Let's go. Wait. Oh no, they're two separate roofs. I got half of it. There we go. I got half. Whoop! Down here now. You can't even tell I've done anything. I feel like you should be able to open the barn and clean the inside. This is a stage that just, like, begs to let you clean the inside, doesn't it? I'm also annoyed. This is also, like, a really good one to have that tool that hated me. You attach it to the center and you get to, like, rappel down would be great. No. How the hell did leaves get stuck to the top of this? Ding. Right? It does not look safe for humanity to be around, Red. You're not wrong. I would say if you're doing this in real life, you would very, very likely have a harness. But also, if this was this dirty, it would probably be rusted to all hell and require demolition. Because this is a lot. Like, that wood would be rotted and destroyed, and... yeah. This would not be one where this would be the proper way to deal with this. Granted, I think the exception is that most of the stuff is supposed to have been caused by the volcano. Or related to the volcano issues. So it's actually volcanic ash. And not actually part of the things. Typically. Sometimes it's mud. Somewhere. One of these is a volcano. Hey, it's the chapel. Or the temple. One of them's a volcano. The whole thing is that there is a magical volcano that was slowly doing stuff to the town, and they eventually created a laser that was stopping the volcano. But at like the third building of you doing regular cleaning, the thing stopped working. Everything's quote unquote fine, but like clearly there's a lot of stuff that's needing cleaned suddenly. Yeah, there's a whole like cleaning plot line about the volcano. There's like an hour-long lore video of Power Wash that I keep getting suggested. I'm not watching it, but it exists. I don't care enough to know the lore of Power Wash in any serious capacity. Finn, Bigfoot is real in this game. And the gnomes are alive and running a conspiracy against the people. It's a whole thing. I just don't bother reading the text messages that tell you this stuff. I think if I weren't streaming, I would probably pay more attention to the text messages. I would have no idea. I don't watch Shelby. Oh, jokes to tell Shelby in clear stream. I missed that. Sorry, I read wrong. I don't know. Maybe. Probably. But yeah, no, the gnomes are alive. You never see them move, but they exist in every stage, and they're constantly watching everything you do. Early on, people thought that the gnomes were responsible for the filth. I don't believe they ever were. Ah, gotcha. So yeah, Bigfoot is there. Well, I know the stage that Cleo was doing yesterday was the shooting gallery, which just has a Bigfoot cutout, which might be why they were doing that. But Bigfoot is actually real in this. There are multiple levels where you will find Bigfoot's footprints. There was a level in the first one where you were tracking Bigfoot, and you would find Bigfoot footprints occasionally on some of the builds that you were doing. In this one, you were cleaning up a teapot house, and you would occasionally hear rumbling from inside, but some of the newest footprints that were outside the door were Bigfoot's footprints. You never see, like, other characters exist in this, but you see references to them existing. But this one's done a really good job of doing, like, additional world building. Because Cleo and I actually did cleaning of that temple together that's up there in Power Wash 1. But you couldn't see past the trees to see any other buildings. And now they're showing that, hey, this is beyond those what's beyond those trees is this farm that I'm cleaning up at, right? So you get like little bits and pieces like that. It's just one of those things that's funny to me with this game. And I think it's important to kind of bring up on this one. When anybody is ever thinking about, when anybody's thinking about, like, if their thing is worth it or if their silly idea is worth pursuing. This game dev, before they had a plan to make this game, I found them on Reddit. I had seen this dev on Reddit. The main head dev, the one behind the whole thing. And all he was doing was screwing around, and he made a Power Washer shader, and he was asking for comments and critique on it and anything he could do better. That was it. And then a bunch of the comments were like, no, I would play a game of this. That would be really cool, all that stuff. And decided to take it to heart and made a game out of it. And then ended up getting published by Square Enix, and now they have their own, like, IP that isn't even under that. They're independent now. They have a lot of acclaim. They're one of the best-selling games. And it was just a throwaway, like, look at this little idea I had and made, and I was making a Unity shader for a Power Washer. And, like, it became this, right? And I think it's just one of those signs of, you might have a silly idea, but make that silly idea into a thing. Why not, right? Who knows? It might do something. I have to assume the way that this works is likely that there's a shader that applies the filth onto things, and they pick different shaders depending on what kind of area they're in, that just applies the filth onto the surface. And then there is a texture map that you are spraying, and you are basically painting a black texture map white. And then as it detects that it's white, it erases everything on it. Only the black stuff stays looking as dirt. If you only partially catch something, it turns it to a gray. The gray will make it slightly translucent, but still there. The scan shows anything that is not white in the scan. And that's all it really is. And then every object has its own texture. And then when it detects that you're at like 99% of that texture, it counts it as clear. Which is why the bigger surfaces need less cleaned, all that stuff. And it just kind of does a rounding thing. It might be like 95%, it might be 99%. But that's all it is, right? But they basically created an airbrush that erases. And that's the whole thing. And it's like, no, it worked really well. Unreal Tournament clue? The only Undertale. Is that Undertale? Undertale to me is one word, so seeing it abbreviated as UT threw me off. Urinary tract? But yeah, no, like, make your game a thing is what really matters in the end. Is like, go for it. Make it exist, make it right later. That's more to the point where when I get the new computer, I do want to hopefully, because I'll be doing more Minecraft, and this is gotta call this market manipulation. I know a lot of you like Minecraft, and I know a lot of people who don't hang out here regularly like Minecraft because they followed me through Clio. So I would like to do more Minecraft. If I do more Minecraft, that also means I will probably also do more art streams. If I do more art streams, that means I will be doing a variety of art streams. It might be Blender. It might be me picking up Godot and actually working on that. It might be me like flipping through different programs and actually getting into game dev and doing that proper and learning how to do things. That might mean new overlay tricks, or it might mean actually making my own game finally. The game I very specifically do want to do is our web fishing power washing game that is inspired by Katamari. A web fishing power washing Katamari is the one I want to do. Right? But like there will be a lot more Minecraft. That is a goal. I do still plan on doing other games, but it also will mean I'll be spending less on games overall, I think. I'll be able to hopefully do the Minecraft integration stuff with Streamloots, so that'll help sales of those cards. Because I know y'all really did enjoy those, but right now, obviously, they are not working because I'm not playing Minecraft. But I would like to do a lot more of those. And then hopefully I can think of some new things. Actually, if I can really figure out those commands... See, I told you, Dor, they're all, like, Katamari always goes on sale a bunch. Oh, you found merch. Oh, jealous. But yeah, like, I would like to do more intricate ones, especially now that they have the fake players. In theory, I could allow y'all to use a card and maybe summon a person's name. I'm not sure, but in theory, I could make it so you could summon a person's name into the chat and make that person exist for a little bit in the game to walk around. Since you can make the new models, right? I'm not sure how specific I can get into it with the content creator integration thing, though. So I may not be able to do as much as I want, but I feel like it would be possible. I just figured out how to turn that off. The problem is the CCI hasn't updated in a while, so I'm not sure what all I can grab. But just in general, I would like to be able to grab maybe at the very least the name of the person who's redeeming the card, and then if it finds a skin that matches that, it'll summon it. But then obviously you'd only be able to use it if your username's the same. But I don't know if I can grab variables. But I do know there is an option that if people sub, I know it's possible that I can say if somebody subs, it'll grab their name, and I could have it summon an NPC with that name or things like that. That is entirely possible. So in theory, I could get some summonable creatures that could be done with that. What I'd like, maybe, because I'm trying not to do too many mods, but maybe we could get, there is one mod I would like to see if it works. I can't think of the name of it. But there is a mod that adds little frogs. Little frog village thing. Ribbits. Thank you, Beard. Maybe we could add ribbits and then allow when people sub that it'll summon one of the ribbits near me. I don't know if it's an up-to-date mod, though. But yeah, if I could summon things like that, I think that could be cute, right? Make that one of the rarer Streamloots cards. Could probably also be done. But yeah, something I'll have on my list of maybe. Because I don't want to go too high into modding, but obviously it is a more high end of modding level thing. So, I don't know. It's something to consider. I've got a lot of stuff overall that I need to consider. I just want to add more fun things just as a whole while still feeling mostly vanilla, right? And obviously that is something that is not vanilla, so I have to be a little more careful with my decisions there, I think. Because that's always been kind of the thing, is like, yeah, I will add painting, but the painting mainly is just to add maps, right? And make map art easier than having to do a full-on big build map. And stuff like that, I think is kind of the big thing, is like, yeah, I can do it, but at what point does it no longer feel Or does it feel too distant from Minecraft itself? And I got to figure out that line. And where I personally place that line. I am gonna do. I'm gonna have server mandatory resource packs though. Very specifically, one of them that I want to do is going to be one that replaces all of the villagers with animal people, as well as replacing the Iron Golem and the Iron Golem and the Ravager models. I am non-negotiable on that. The villager design can fuck off. Sorry, language again, but villager design, very bad. Villager design, problem. Should not be a thing. Whee! So anything that can replace all that stuff, and I guess I don't know if it does, but I'm hoping that also replaces the illagers and whatnot with the one I found. It does actually, Ash. It does replace it. I don't mind the villager noises, but I do think they have to match the match what it's on. But yeah, it's one of those, like, the villager design is racist. The fact that it's still in the game, I think, is only because they've already made too much merch. And Microsoft probably won't let them change it. But, like, pigmen weren't used in any of the advertising, so they were easily able to replace that. But now they're in a spot where it's become too iconic. That it's not easily removed. And I think the backlash would be too great. And it's sad because the villagers originally, in the original like draft of the game, were going to be pigmen. Non-zombie pigmen. Was what the original ones were planned to be, like, legit. And then the zombie pigmen in the nether, and then the non-zombie pigmen on the surface. It made sense, right? That was the original plan. And I think the reason they may have opted against it, and I could be wrong here, but I think the decision to not make them pigs was because they didn't want too related to I'm blanking on the name right now. It was a 2D survival game in which you played as a nerdy scientist kid and you were talked to by the devil and you had to make deals and Don't Starve, thank you. Thank you, Beard. Could not remember the name at all. I'm assuming Don't Starve was actually part of the reason why they opted against the pigmen, just to not be too closely related to Don't Starve doing it at the same time. Because I believe the timing matched up where that was also a thing. Just could not remember the name. My brain's not fully working today. Like, I've only run ads one time today. My brain is clearly not working today. It's fine. I like the little touch of all the clovers outside of the downspout. Because there's more water there. There's a lot of little attention to detail and designs in this. See, I've never liked backpacks as a thing. I kind of like the limited carry thing. There's certain things where I understand why people want them. but there's also part of my brain that goes from a game design standpoint. I kind of like the limitation because needing to plan ahead, I think, is so important, you know? Which is why even though the bundle organization was crap, it at least made some sense because it was like, yeah, no, you can have a thing, but it's also going to be a pain in the butt. Like, okay. I don't know. I get why people don't like it. It's one of those things from a game design standpoint I get. And also, Java storage and whatnot is also a pain. I also think that's one of those mods where if they were to make their own, they've got to deal with how mods have done theirs, and they have to do it a different way if they can, or they have to pay the mod maker, morally. That's fair, Beard. I can agree with that. Like, having something like that. I think having it as a thing that takes up an armor slot, I think is fair as well. Like, if you were to have backpacks, no armor. Right? I think stuff like that, I think, is at least an important thing. Not, we've added a backpack slot. Like, you gotta compromise. You gotta get nerfed, too. That's kind of one of those things that's always got me, is a lot of people will love when they add updates, but they hate when they get balanced. Like, no, just add the thing. Don't make this other thing worse. It's like, the balancing is important. I also love that a lot of the things people have complained about in the past have been, like, completely forgotten that they complained about it. Like, I don't know if y'all were around for it, but way back, people actually complained about auto-connecting stairs, like how they do the corners and stuff. People complained about that when that was added to Minecraft. Like, it was actually a thing people people did not like. People did not like corner stairs. It was just like, what the hell? It's people are always going to complain. Which is fair, but I don't think they were... I think there are valid complaints, but I think the fact that people didn't want them at all is one of those very, like... No, this is a good addition. Having concerns is good, but it's a good addition. Like, you know? I'm also remembering there were people that were complaining about items floating in the water. People have complained about every update. I also think there is a very misunderstood complaint and I'm gonna bring this up again. One of my favorite mobs in Minecraft, conceptually, is the Phantom. Execution, not good, and I can agree there. But I think it's just funny because, like, people are like, oh, people can't be trusted to vote. They voted for the Phantom. Like, the Phantom wasn't bad. We also only had concepts to go off of. We didn't have a really fleshed out idea. The Phantom concept was fine. It just wasn't executed the way anybody expected it to. It also looked like an ocean mob. But, like, if I understood how to code in Java, I would make... the main thing I would focus on, I would make a really cool... I would, like, make a mod that made the Phantoms better. Like, we've gone over this a lot. I have ideas that could make the Phantom balanced, interesting, and fun. You know what the easiest thing about the Phantom is? Even if they were to change nothing else about it. My favorite suggestion for how to make the Phantom fun? Only the people who haven't slept should be able to get hurt by and be able to see the Phantoms. Only the players who haven't slept. Can you imagine that on a server? You just see somebody in the middle of the night getting attacked by Phantoms because they didn't sleep? And you're just seeing somebody flailing against nothing in the sky? It'd be fantastic. Y'all know it'd be funny. Because it's also very much a that's your problem kind of situation. Fantastic Phantoms. We've named the mod. Let's go. But no, I've talked about this before. I think Phantom should be able to fly through blocks. I think Phantom should be able to fly through blocks. I think Phantom should not be obstructed by anything. I think that if you haven't slept, they should get you no matter what. I think they should be treated like they're a hallucination. Like that player has lost their mind from lack of sleep. Because if it's a lack of sleep-based mob that it'll spawn, it should be treated like they're losing their mind. I think it should happen after so many days of not sleep. Like maybe if you haven't slept for like a week in-game, fair. But I think you should also be able to summon them if you've had a potion that day. So every potion you have increases like an invisible meter or an invisible counter for like how many should spawn as like a drug side effect. Like, oh, you got drunk and now you're hungover, and the response is you're seeing things. And then make them able to use phantom membranes to craft a really weak, unenchantable elytra. Like, oh, it's an elytra with like 64 glide on it. And it can't be repaired. And it can't be enchanted, but it gives you a short elytra that you could use to glide. Like, don't allow it to get firework boosts or anything. Just let it be a glidey elytra that just lets you descend from places. It'd be great. Did I just hear a chicken? But no, I don't think phantoms are actually that bad of a mob. I think the execution has been poor. Like, I also love sniffers. The fact that we can't ride on a sniffer bugs me. We should be able to ride on a sniffer. We should be able to stand on a sniffer and just chill on it and have it walk around. I wonder if there's a resource pack that turns sniffers into giant turtles. Is that a thing? That should be a thing. I think we should be able to turn them into giant turtles. Like, make them into an adamantoise. Anybody? Anybody agree? Or take a cue from the new Infinity Nikki. Make them giant snails. I understand having a limited number of items from it. I want more, but I understand having a limited number of items. I will say, though, that the torch flower should emit light. That would make the sniffer more desirable if the torch flower could emit light. Like, that alone would be a huge perk for the sniffer. Do 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 do. Up we go. These door frames. I like cleaning them, but the angles on it make them a bit of a pain in the butt. Door, how do you deal with Frame? Frame is a pain in the butt. No. Took you long enough, Asma. There we go. Get a little closer here. I heard a cow. I hate that this is here, but you can't drive it. Like, you can push it around, and you can raise it, but it also only raises to one height. Oh, now you're doing this. So when I played this, with Lee the other day, I could not choose the height. Never mind, they fixed it. Like, when I played that with Lee, it was all the way up or all the way down, nothing else. No, because you have to be on it to press it. It genuinely didn't work. It may also be a multiplayer bug, like if you're the guest, maybe it automatically goes all the way up and down rather than stopping. Oh, man. Big stretch. Ugh. Oh, but yeah, I mentioned this before, but I do want to mention it again. So with the new PC, I've already paid off 1,000. I'm waiting for the money you all have sent to clear before I put any more towards it. The 1,000 I paid does not pay for any of the payments. I use that 1,000 to reduce the overall cost of every payment. And now the rest that y'all give is going to be me using, it will be me using the payments to pay ahead on each month rather than reducing the overall cost. So each of those months is going to be on Throne. I will remove them as I pay them off. But if you ever want to help do the payments, they are divided up and on there on the site as their own separate things on Throne now. I was saying, Lee, that either they fixed it or it was an issue with multiplayer, but the lift actually works correctly now, because when I was using it, when I was helping you, it was all the way up or all the way down. I couldn't actually choose a position on the scissor lift. But now it actually... Like, I couldn't choose a position before. When I was joining you, I was not able to pick, like, what height I was at. And now I can. My forehead itches. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it may have been a multiplayer bug. And, like, maybe the guest doesn't have control over it, but I did not have control over it before. It would be. I would say it's a bug if that's the case, but... That's why I don't think that was the case, but... I think maybe it was a console bug in general that they've patched since. And by the way, just because there's a lot of y'all here that I don't typically expect on weekends, thank you so much for hanging out with me. That does mean a lot. I also jokingly put Partner Push in the title, if that wasn't clear to people. I have no expectation of that ever actually working, but at the same time, why not, right? I would love to hit partner someday. Not that partner itself has any meaning, but I feel like to me it may mean a bit more than it would to some others. And I only say that because so for those who don't know, I've streamed a long time. I have streamed a long time, and I was a Mixer partner. If you don't know what Mixer was, it was a streaming service created by MC Pro Hosting, the Minecraft server place, that was eventually bought by Microsoft. Then Microsoft shut it down to cover up some horrible headlines that they were getting at the time. They decided, well, we'll distract people and create a worse headline, and we're just going to shut down the thing. Ding. So, yeah, but that was I was a partner on Mixer for a long time. I was their 40th partner on the site overall. And I really, really loved it. But sadly, Microsoft pulled a Microsoft. And that was when I began to hate Microsoft. But no, I would like to get partner again just to prove that that wasn't a fluke to me. Because over there I averaged about 50 to 60 viewers, so being back down has always been kind of this like mental strain for me. And slowly seeing those numbers return has brought a lot of confidence back to me, so. That as high as this goes? Apparently. But just thank you all for being so kind and supportive in such a wonderful community. Any of you that came from Mixer and still follow me, though, extra shout out to you. Or the, like, 4 people that still exist from pre-Mixer Twitch. That have been around for the like 13 years I've been doing this. But I've always struggled with the one key thing, which is visibility. I think more than anything. Which I had it on Mixer. I had the visibility on Mixer. This is the thing that still gets me. I had visibility on Mixer. I really enjoyed Mixer. The community was there. The community was great most of the time. It was a really good experience. And I met some great people. Or at least people I thought were great people. I met some people that were great at the time. Let's put it that way. I've since kind of parted ways with a good handful of people. Due to, I think a lot... I'm going to be a little mean here, but I think a lot of people that I ran into... Some got egos about them, and it made it really hard to want to stay with them. This is one of those things I learned. So I was back when stream teams were a newer thing, a newer concept. I was creating one over on Mixer, and it was called the Stampede Network. And we had grown pretty rapidly, and a lot of people were into it. But that's when I realized that people, a lot of times, weren't about supporting each other in stream teams. Like, a lot of what I ran into, they were not about supporting each other. They just wanted to get their own name out there. And it's why I don't do stream teams anymore. I am in the furry one, but the furry one, really, there's so many people in it, it's more of a badge than a thing. But I don't run stream team stuff anymore because I feel like a lot of it, you end up with a lot of problems doing it rather than actually helping. You run in like with one bad member if somebody does something bad, you've got to remove that member, and then you got to deal with everybody that they had, and everybody in the community has to deal with it, and it's just like, it's not worth the hassle. A lot of it is just not worth the hassle, the problems, the stress. So ones that aren't like active interaction communities, like the furry one I'm on, feel a lot better and safer, you know? I'm jealous of all of you. All of you could eat while watching. I'm sitting here like, I could really go for food right now. Could really go for a burrito. What would y'all do if I made Mari's moss pink? Would this be a problem if I gave Mari a different colored moss ball? Because of the overlay colors? Like if I made it match the terrain that we're dealing with. Well, I'm trying to, we've talked about this. I'm trying to make a more lore moss for my like overlay planet that I've got, because we've created a planet, right? So there's all these like little things. I think we could still make the moss a thing, but maybe I do like on Better TTV, maybe I also upload the moss in other colors as well instead, right? So you could have like a couple different colors.
Bubble gum.
But like maybe we could have like a handful of colors, right? Like we do the green, we do the pink, we do a purple. But I like the idea of having, I like the idea of it being more of like the universe's lore for my little space planet. I know the green moss has become iconic as a thing, but I think having more fun colors could be good. Like we still keep the green moss as a thing. But we maybe add in pink moss and we add in those variations, and we maybe make the default one. We make the default one the pink, but we still keep the greens. Or we make pink the default one, we keep the green, but we make that an alternative. Or maybe the static one stays green, and then the non-static one, the one for subs, is the pink one. That could work. And then eventually I maybe do a random moss color. I've thought about that. Sub badges is one that's very much, I don't know what I'm doing for sub badges still. I really don't. And that is one that I have been trying to figure out for a while. And I do not know. Mossball would work, but I feel like because of the badges being a smaller scale, they wouldn't show very well. Like, I don't think it would show in a way that feels like it's a mossball. Like, I feel like to people who would come by, they'd see it and go, that is a circle. Yeah, I get that, but you know what I'm saying though? I feel like it would just read as that's a circle. That it wouldn't feel like it's a sub badge. And then I don't know. There's just questions there. Like I don't know what the best way to go about that is. I don't know. Sub badges are something that I need to do a good long think on. Good long think. Because we do need new sub badges. I actually didn't even do sub badges past, I think, 4 years. And we're actually on 5 years of sub badges, so I'm like short by, I think I'm short 4 sub badges that I'm allowed to upload. I need so many sub badges. I was going to do moon theme stuff. Could do a whole bunch of extremely varied planet-based stuff. Which could be cool. Like, just make a whole bunch of planets. And then every time we need another badge, we just add a new planet design. And then for, like, the tier 1 and tier 2 subs, we could even add, like, a little spaceship floating by on the one, or maybe a little tiny astronaut on the other. The problem with sub badges is they're like, I think 28 by 28. They're tiny. So getting them to work correctly at their scale is hard. But yeah, maybe just a whole plethora of like different planets, and then each month somebody gets a new planet. That way also none of them would feel like one is the like superior design, right? Maybe it's like, oh, I got a new planet. What planet did I get this month? And then you get a new one, right? Instead of it being, I think planets might be the way to go. Planets and moon. Like I think it should start out as like a moon, and then you have like 3 phases of moon. You've got like a waning, a waxing, and a full. If you want like Flint, I'm not gonna say no to anything that you feel inspired by. I just want to make it clear that I may opt to change them at any given time. If that is okay with you, then you are more welcome to try your hand at any of them. If you would like. If it inspires you or gives you an idea, go for it. Also, I'm assuming it's in the files and I never checked Validity. The poster. Did I just never check for that poster that you've listed in fan art? Is that on me entirely, and that you had it done for merch and I never even finished to actually do it? Because I apologize in that case. You may have. I may have missed it. I've had a week. I've had a month. Where is the majority of this? The majority of the dirt must be up. Yep, it's up there. Right? No. Where is the majority of this dirt that is stopping? That's stopping this wall from being clean. Like, yeah, I'm seeing little specks, but I don't feel like that's it. Where? What is keeping you filthy? Like, it's not the top of the door frame. What is keeping this wall from being clean? Ah. Got it. Yeah, I think like a moon and planets I think would be really cool, and then like none of them being specific, and then each one of those moons and planets could also become driftables, right? Like it could all just be connected to the overlay as the space theme and just carry that again and again and again. I think that might be the best way to go about it. What I'd kind of like to do for a lot of the planets, though, if I were to do that, is actually make them much larger on the overlay floating by. So rather than like the small things going by, we have a separate driftable layer that's much larger and allows for like giant planets to drift by in the distance like they're much closer to the surface. So like you could get like the moon floating by, but the moon might be like, if my screen was considered like 12 inches wide, we could have like the not the cousin planet. I feel like the cousin planets are good to be driftable. Cousin planets are good as driftables, but I'm talking like a full-on like Saturn. Having Saturn float by and it's like a 3-inch wide planet on the overlay. Right? Like we have like a full-on like massive actual planet just very slowly drifting past on the overlay at some point. I think it'd be really funny. Oh god. Adding them as different I mean, theoretically possibly, but oh god. I think in order to get them to revolve around my head, I would have to make 2 video files. One of it in front, one of it behind, and then play them timed to one another. Not impossible. But that's a new PC thing. That is a new PC thing if I do that. I think any animation stuff is going to have to be new PC stuff. Blah, 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 blah. I think what's happening, and the reason that these walls aren't being considered clean when they definitely are, is actually because this build is slightly below the ground. And like I was saying, it's like 99% clean. But there's actually a bunch of stuff we can't see under the surface of the terrain here, I think. That is stopping these from actually being considered clean. That's my guess. Let's say that is that mess. Line up on this side of the ladder. Got it. Okay, we got all the side walls except for maybe the front. Is the front done? Front's done. That section of wall isn't because of right there. There we go. Ding. Ding. Ooh. This is a rare occurrence for me. My stomach is actually grumbling. Sorry, for those who have ADHD probably know a lot of times you will just forget that food is a thing. My stomach is actually grumbling. This is really rare. Like, what do you mean I'm actually hungry? Supposed to be, Sonia. Supposed to be. Ooh. I am not used to my stomach doing this. This is great. Sorry, I'm going to appreciate feeling hungry for a while. Yeah, that'll do that, door. I'm going to appreciate feeling hungry for a little bit. So that way I actually eat properly. Dun 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 dun. Wow, that was actually enough to clean that? Whoa! Floor buffer! Whoop. Let's go! This is gonna be satisfying to clean, is all I feel right now. Using the floor buffer on this, as long as I don't accidentally fall off the... So, yeah, going down backwards probably not ideal. So I gotta do a slow pass down, and then I can do a fast pass up. I think it would help if I do this, though. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, itchy nose. No. I refuse! I refuse to sneeze. Oh, I failed. My refusal failed. I'm okay, but ow. One of the other things I need to deal with when I get a new, when I get over to the new PC is I do need to actually spend the time to get my different expressions in. So there is actually a thing built into the model for a louder, angrier face and things like that for when I get loud. But the problem is when I get loud, my volume still kind of peaks out because I have a good limiter. So I'm going to have to go through a lot of adjustments to get that to work. But basically the idea is that when it gets over a certain volume level, that it'll hide my current face and load in the angry face. And then I also want toggles for a sad face. Because I have a sad face as well. I have an angry, I have a sad, and I have a scared. I want to work on getting the scared one tied to Blaze. I want to get the I want to get the scared one tied to I want the scared one to be tied to heart rate. Is one of the main things I want to do. Because I think that would be funny. Almost, Blaze. I'm 36 now. You gotta get one more. I'm apparently 36. I had to say this because I go off my Blue Sky bio now. You're close.
Just out of curiosity, Blaze Isaving, what is your favorite Digimon? Blackware Garurumon is mine.
Blackware
They are also relatable.
Garurumon? I haven't seen Blackware Garurumon. What? Oh, wow. Nice. You know what, Mari? Good choice. Like, I assumed what it was going to look like, and I was right. Oh, you liked the new one, the new OBC Digimon. I know which one you're talking about. It is very cute. I can now remember the name, but that new the little weeb bat, yeah. You know what? That's fair, Blaze. Weeb. It is described as being an otaku bat. Like the bat is actually described for the new Digimon series as being an otaku. I was gonna say, this is definitely Kingdom Hearts music. How did I end up in Kingdom Hearts music? Yeah, I ended up off the playlist and into Kingdom Hearts. There we go. Ooh. Ready to eat, Blaze? Sounds like you're ready to eat. Do. I am starving, genuinely. Do. I'm a little confused, but I'm sure you understand why you're doing that, so I'm not gonna question it. Morning streams typically go for 3 to 4 hours. I just started late. And as self-serving as it is, when my view count average is up, I like to keep it up because that means that it's more likely to promote my stream to more people. So I tend to push it a bit longer. Sometimes to my own detriment. My streams are divided up into the morning stream and the night stream. Regardless of how you want to label it, it is the morning stream and the night stream. I don't care. I'm calling out that joke. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish this. I'm going to finish the barn, and that'll be the end of the stream. We'll at least get this barn done, which we're only at 75%, so we've got a bit. Okay, I want to be clear. I know very specifically what time it is, and I am aware that most people would not consider it morning. But morning as a descriptor to me is the first, like, the period of time after you wake up. The 4 to 6 hours after you wake up. Nighttime is the 4 to 6 hours before you go to bed, and then the rest is the day. That's my judgment of morning and night. Like, morning is the first, 4 hours of the day. Night is the last 4 hours of the day. And then day is the in-between. It's always been that way, and I do think a huge part of the reason I view time that way though is I was a third shifter. Most of my life I worked third shift. So I would wake up at about 9 p.m. and go to work at 11 until 7 in the morning. Like, that's morning. You know, like that is morning to when you're third shift. That's morning. Like, it may not be morning clockwise, like on a clock or anything, but it's morning mentally. And I think just because I worked that for so many years, that is a big thing. Which is fair for a lot of people, but the problem is, actually saying day is when you're awake, night is when the sky is dark. It's like, yeah, day and night can be the same time. Yeah, the hours you work, Lee, to me is third and a half. Because you start during a third shift, so it's third and a half. If it started during first shift, then it'd be first and a half. This is how I've always described them. But you go to work at like 3, 4 in the morning, right? 2 a.m. It does sound like your schedule is just designed that you're going in 4 hours early. So you're actually, because the majority of yours is first, so you would count as first shift. But you're working overtime. Granted, you have a 4-day week, right? Isn't yours a 4-day week? Am I wrong, Lee? Yeah, you work a 4-day week, so you work 12s those 4 days, and then you get 3 days off. I would have loved that. I was just working 12 days. I was just working 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. I feel like you might have had the better deal. Anybody who knew my streaming stuff while I did that knows how much effort I put into my streams for me to be doing that and streaming while working 12s. 7 days a week. I still streamed 3 hours during that. When I meant that I was passionate about streaming, I meant it. Sorry, Blaze, I need you to know that got held for sex-based terms. And it's not wrong. It's not wrong. No. Pound and box. Being next to each other. You said pound box. Oh yeah, box is a term for a female reproductive organs. It's not a very positive term for it, but it is a term for it. Oh no, it makes sense. It makes sense. It's not used very often. I actually haven't heard anybody use that term as a term since like the 90s. But it was a term that was used occasionally. But I want to say it hasn't been used since the 90s. Maybe early 2000s. Maybe early 2000s. I feel like given that I know the general area where you live, Lee, I think in your case, the terminology might have just been cruder. There may have just been a lot more crude slang in your area, Lee, than using that one. Okay, a big thing I've learned, I don't actually remember the 90s very much. A lot of what I remember, as far as most things go, are early 2000s. I have regular bits of passing knowledge of the 90s, but what I actually remember for the most part is actually 2000s. Because the thing about when you're young is you don't really know exactly what time frame things were in. So, like, I did enjoy, like, Tamagotchi and stuff and things like that. But, like, a lot of it was actually very early 2000s. My earliest memory is also from when I was about 2 or 3. But, like, for me to actually go, that's a 90s thing, I'm not actually sure on a lot of things. I don't actually have a specific time frame on a lot of the things before I was 10, you know? Like, I had a Virtual Boy. I know that was 90s. I had a Game Boy. I know that was 90s. I had a Genesis. I had a PS1. But, like, PS2 to me is 90s. But it's not. Hey, Fuss. Yeah, that's the thing. You really aren't looking for things at that age. Because a year took forever in the 90s. Like, when I was that age, a year took forever. So nothing really tracked. I can relate things to, like, what year it was in school I was in. But that would mean I only can track things... Because, 5th grade would be about 10 years old. So I really had no basis before that. Like, if I try to divide things up in what year of school I was in before 5th grade, I have no idea. I can't timeline any of that. I can place movies, right? I can place movies. I can go like, oh, I like this movie. Like, I know I was really big into Lion King, but that was 90s. I know that, but I don't know when in the 90s. I got really big into Warriors of Virtue and Small Soldiers and things like that. I know those were 90s, but I don't really have any placement in the 90s. So, like, I was a 90... I think the generation of I was a blah, blah, blah kid is very specifically... I don't have any correlation of when anything was. I don't know when... Digimon Tamers, I think, was the 2000s. I think Digimon Season 2 was the 2000s, but Digimon Season 1 was the 90s. But I'm not certain. Like, if you told me Digimon Season 1 was actually 2000, I'd go, yeah, that tracks. Because I'm not sure. But I would assume it was 98, maybe, for Digimon Season 1. In the US, I'm going to guess maybe 99. Digimon Season 1, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think it was like 98, 99 for Season 1. But it's really weird to try and put timeline markers on that, right? Like, that's kind of the thing. Is you've really got to have something that stands out that needs a date. Yeah, and I feel like with Pokemon, Pokemon being on TV, the only reason I'm able to really put a date on Pokemon being 97, 98 is because of the game coming to the US in 97, 98. Which is why I want to say Pokemon was 97, 98. Because the game was. And I could be entirely wrong, but I feel like the game was 97, 98. Crap. I actually never got into the Pokemon TV show. I think of the original season, when it was new episodes, I maybe saw 4 episodes. And I think this is an important thing to actually note, and I think anybody in my age group compared to the younger groups can understand this. It was really hard to watch series on TV that actually were linear. which is where anime actually suffered because anime was a linear show. You had episode 1, episode 2, episode 3. It was really hard to watch anime versus a lot of American cartoons because American cartoons were designed to be watched in any order, pick them up anytime. You did not have a consistent storyline until really Avatar. I would say Avatar: The Last Airbender was the first American TV show that you actually were intended to watch it in order. Because they were aired at a certain time, but there was a lot of going outside. There was a lot of missing TV shows, not knowing when they were on. You didn't have TV show schedules unless you had a satellite where you would really see that, unless you had a TV guide. So you just had to know what time it was on. It was just not designed to be watched in a consistent manner like they are now. Oh yeah, Saturday morning cartoons were great. I remember watching a lot of them on Jetix, which was on Fox 20. It was on like one of the Fox channels that existed. There was a Fox cartoon channel. They had Jetix. And then there was Fox Kids, which also existed on Saturday mornings. I think Jetix might have been Sunday mornings. Fox Kids was on Saturday mornings. But then you also had one Saturday mornings on ABC. Nickelodeon was cartoons all the time. But on Saturdays, it didn't have Nick Jr. Kids WB is not one I ever got into, but that did exist, yeah. Nice place. Disney was not available to everybody until I want to say like 2002. This is actually an interesting point. For a lot of people, Disney Channel was not a regular thing, and neither was Cartoon Network in a lot of areas until like early 2000s. It was not a regular thing. You only had Nickelodeon. And to be clear, I know Nickelodeon is different in the UK. Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network were combined. Oh, it is here, Blaze. So that's a regional thing. That's basic cable here. But yeah, it very much depended on where you were, what your cable plans were, all that stuff, what channels you would even get. There's been a thing in the UK that I've seen where a lot of certain shows, I need to be specific, not saying Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon are merged, but shows you have are not all Nickelodeon on your Nickelodeon TV shows. And this has been interesting. Because I've heard multiple people say that certain shows on Nickelodeon are not Nickelodeon shows. They're Cartoon Network. But Nickelodeon in the UK had the rights to air them over there. Because they didn't have Cartoon Network over there, but they would get the rights to the shows. And I can't remember what shows. I feel like it was like Cow and Chicken was one of them. That was a situation of this. I think Chowder might have been one of them. Flapjack might have been one of them, but they were Cartoon Network shows. It's a really interesting situation. Chowder to me is a funny one, though, that I had heard about being one of those. Because Chowder very specifically has gags that involve the Cartoon Network logo. But yeah, it's really interesting. Chowder was on Cartoon Network. See, it's very interesting, though, because I've heard mixed things on certain shows. But yeah, because you didn't have Cartoon Network for the full time period of it. So before Cartoon Network was its own major thing over there, Nickelodeon would buy the rights to the shows. And then you get into the really interesting ones that are like the Canadian cartoons, like, 16? Which jumped around from station to station aggressively because it was a Canadian show that Cartoon Network brought the rights to. Code Lyoko was an interesting one because Code Lyoko was not a Cartoon Network show, but it aired on Cartoon Network. That was also a French cartoon. I'm not sure if it's French Canadian or just a French cartoon. The Pharaoh Kid that came back in modern times. Oh God, I think I remember that one. I never watched it. I never watched Discovery Kids, but I knew it existed. The one weird live-action kids show that I remember watching and really enjoying, and this is a 90s one, but it was Big Bad Beetleborgs. Which, if you remember, Big Bad Beetleborgs, you're simultaneously cooler and as much of a loser as I am at the same time. Big Bad Beetleborgs was kids that turned into Power Rangers. And it was an experience. It was an experience. And then it turned to like kid Power Rangers. They turned into adult Power Rangers. Yeah, but it was like cooler because it was kids doing it. I liked Big Bad Beetleborgs because it was kids becoming Power Rangers. I had a bunch of Power Ranger toys, but I liked the ones that made me feel like it was possible for me, which is, I think, is probably part of the reason that me as an adult, I'm really big into isekais. It's why, like, I think Digimon Season 3 is my favorite season. Like, I think Tamers is the best one because Tamers had, like, they watched the show in Tamers. So it was people who were like me that watched the show and enjoyed the show. And the same thing with Big Bad Beetleborgs. They liked Power Ranger style comics, and then they got to become the characters from the comics. And like, I don't know, there's something about that that appeals to me as this like, I know these things aren't possible in my world with a lot of shows, but these other shows treat it in a way that makes me feel like, wait, it exists in my world in a way that I could approach it. So like isekai is like, well, it's not your world, but what if you could get pulled from your world and be sent to someone? It's like, oh, I can try. This makes sense to me. And I don't know, like isekai always appealed to me in that way, and that's part of probably why I like Digimon more than Pokemon. And it's just kind of funny to think about, like, yeah, no, that actually is an interesting, like, bit of it, right? Like, just that adaptation to it. By the way, we're listening to the Metaphor ReFantazio soundtrack. If you enjoy Metaphor ReFantazio, I've relegated that to my afternoon streams, where I'll be playing that a lot on those ones. What's more likely going to happen, just as a thing for those curious about the future streams and how they're going to go with the new PC, what is likely going to happen is Minecraft and art streams are going to be relegated to the morning time slots. And then whatever other game I feel like playing will be in the afternoon ones, be it indie games or things, be it indie games, more long-form games like Metaphor ReFantazio and stuff. Those will go into the afternoon time slots. Sorry to the UK that will not get to see the afternoon time slots unless you're staying up late. Iggy! Oh god. More raiders. Hello, everybody. Hello. I hope your stream went well. Oh, it was a Greb raid. Oh, what were you playing that it was Greb? What was the what summoned the weirdness today? Well, that's why I've also noted that if I ever do a mature game stream, it's going to be in the afternoon. So that way, only the UK people are hit by not being able to see a mature stream if they're up late already. So I gotta be aware of that. But hello, everybody. My name is CameronJK. My pronouns are they, them. I'm a chill variety streamer who focuses on indie, interactive, and interesting things that you've not dealt with. America, yeah. Oh, God, we're doing this. We get raiders and we're doing America, yeah. Type hollow in chat. This is how we're greeting people, apparently. I love it and I hate it at the same time. There we go. It ended. But I hope your stream went well. I hope you had a good time. I never really got into Vampire the Masquerade, but it does seem neat. I did see the newer one has a drop kicking mechanic that a lot of people are using to move around really, really fast from a clip that somebody showed, and I found that hilarious. That's all I really know. There's a random milkshake and there's a random me in there too, Lee. But let's do a shout out and see if we actually get a clip or if that's broken too, because I got enough things that are broken. So y'all should follow Iggy if you're after good chill vibes and weirdness. Are we gonna get a clip? Clip gonna load? We not getting a clip today? We're not getting a clip. Oh, there it goes.
These things? Or the bubble bum? Fat bar? Day day? Flicks? Pounds? Eat? Pip
Eat.
Jeef Berkey? Srittles?
I'm sorry, Jeef Berkey?
Srittles and N&N's? A big lunk bar, Mr. Google. The Milky Man bar.
I like this clip. I like that. I like when devs spend the time to actually do fun stuff like that when they're doing that, rather than just having like a blurry version. Actually taking the time to write stuff. Though I do think it is more fun when they make up their own candy entirely. It is always fun to see those little custom ones. But no, thank you so much for sending everybody over. I do appreciate it. We are streaming a bit longer than normal. I have decided that I am probably going to end after this level, just as a heads up to anybody who is watching. Only because I started the stream by talking about food, and I hadn't eaten before I went live. So you can see how this has gotten me over the course of a few hours. Not in the best stomach condition. Like, I hunger. Blue Warrior needs food badly. Is where I'm at right now. I am at that state. But hello, everybody. If you are new here and you've not seen my stuff before, I do a lot of really chill interactive stuff. I'm currently kind of relegated to only using my PS5 due to having some PC issues. But we have a new PC coming soon. I ordered it yesterday, so we will have a brand new PC and all of that fun stuff, and that'll be great. But that is when that happens. We've still got a while before we get the new PC. But new PC incoming, and I'm excited for that. I plan on playing a lot of Minecraft stuff, but I do a lot of interactive streams, like extremely interactive stuff using Streamloots and things like that allow people to actually mess with my stream directly in a lot of really cool ways. So highly recommend, if you like Streamloots, to check out what things I have. And if you've not messed with Streamloots, or you had in the past and found it annoying to go to the other site, they now have a browser extension that you can install that actually does it right from the bottom of your page.
You get a cool star on screen if you follow.
That is true too. If you drop a follow, you actually will get a little sticker that'll be stuck to the borders of my screen, which is really cool. Obviously, no pressure, no requirement to do so, but it is cool if you do. And it is appreciated. And they've made me tiny. I'm apparently a very tiny bunny now. I believe when I'm this small, that is in fact a Banui. Where is the last bit on this roof? Where am I looking? Where am I possibly missing the last bit on this roof? I'm apparently missing a lot, so it must be the trim, maybe? It's gotta be right here, right? Yeah. Don't fall, 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 don't fall. Oh. That one's a bit harder for them to check out. But yeah, we have the billboard redeem that gets more expensive every time. Honestly, as an interesting little note here, ever since I there we go, got it. Ever since I added the update to the billboard redeem, I've been really shocked because we've gained like 70 redeems on it since I added it. Because I added it at like 2,900, and the fact that we're almost up to 3,000 is amazing. It's a really fun, silly redeem. But yeah, it gets more expensive every time it's redeemed, and it puts your name on the screen when you do it. I like it. But I try to do a lot of things that you may have never seen in any other stream. It's one of my big goals is to try and make a very unique stream experience when it comes to interactivity. Because my general stance is that if you are live, you should be interacting with the chat, and chat should be able to interact with you in any way they can. That is a filthy window. Eh. There we go. Up we go. Boop. But yeah, I am starving, and I've hit that point of like I'm so hungry that I'm having trouble speaking. Like I really need food. But I said I was gonna finish this level first, and that's what we're gonna do. Why is this window so filthy?
These aren't even the good kind of spicy. Oh well, Ob family says to eat a spicy bean.
You know that's rude, OBC, right? We can agree that's just rude?
Eat the bean. Sriracha.
I'm hungry, and you're like, what if hot sauce? By the way, for those who don't know, we used to do this actually with hot sauce. We actually used to do this with straight up hot sauce. Found it. Da-da-da-da-da. Taking forever to get out of a little baggie. Ugh. Okay. 3, 2, 1. What happened that made it stop? My stomach. My stomach could no longer handle the hot sauce without, feeling like death. This wasn't like good hot sauce either, just to be clear. This was like million Scoville hot sauce type shit. Like it was the actual like, oh, you hate living, right? Kind of hot sauce. And yeah, the hot sauce also would expire before I even got near going through all of it. So there was just too many issues. Even if I had limited to like once per stream. It just wasn't. It was not valued well enough for that. Itchy nose, itchy nose. Oh god, what is left? Okay, the whole back wall. I really need to save up to get the better sprayer. Because there is a far better sprayer that has a triple nozzle on it. That I feel like would make all of these jobs much less annoying. Yeah, lose control used to be much longer as well. This is one of those things where like every redeem I have, balancing them is a very key thing. And also making sure they're not a problem for the viewers. And it's never really reduced out of annoyance for me, but I do feel like there's certain ones, like a lot of the more harsh visual effects I have are now much shorter because I don't want that to be something that people have that it's not that I won't deal with it for that long, but I feel like it would turn away viewers if I had the screen glitched out too long or things like that, or if somebody tuned in during them, that they would see that and think something was wrong with their end, and I don't want that, right? And that's kind of the thing, is like figuring out these balances and going, ah yes, this goes here, and getting the right overall like setup. And it takes time. It's all a matter of fine-tuning. This is why anybody in my Discord knows I very, very regularly have posted updates for changing things in my stream. And like going, oh, this is now adjusted to be longer, this is now shorter, this is changed to this now costs this. I actually have a change log. It's not just like, oh yeah, by the way, everybody, I changed this. It's like, no. There's like 2 or 3 things a day that I update typically on my stream when I do updates. And there's going to be a handful of them today. Probably. Probably. Like I'll be adding some fan art to it. That was submitted. I'll be updating my merch store with some new posters. I'm just trying to think. Like, there's a lot of, like, little things I need to do. And it's just like, yep. I'm going to add the unblessed command. Which still sounds hilarious. Oh yeah, I saw that. I will be adding those as well. I saw you requested water bottles. I personally hate water bottles. I find them to be a pain to clean, but I will add them. I don't have a working dishwasher. If I had a working dishwasher, I don't think I'd have as much of an issue cleaning water bottles, but as I do not have a working dishwasher, that is more of an annoyance for me. Now, the question is, what design do I put on the water bottle? A shooting star sub badge, while I see what you're saying with that, I think the problem is there would be a lot of empty space with that, and I don't know how well that would show up as a thing. Right, because they're only 28 by 28, right? So scaling a shooting star down to 28 by 28 is going to be really hard to get that to show anything. Let alone having to modify that for each month, right? Going month after month after month. Unless you're just talking as like a one-off item on it, then I think shooting star being the starter one, and then a moon, and then a planet would make sense. But just doing a shooting star on its own could be really hard to get to use up that space. That's fair, Blaze. And yeah, that's fair, Snow. I get you. But yeah, I'll look into see which designs work with the water bottles and things like that. Nice, OBC. There's so much dirt on. Why is this build so annoying for me to clean? Like, I do not understand why I hate this build so much. This should be an easy one to clean. And for whatever reason, I hate it. Oh, Felinity. In regards to the moss ball, would you have any complaints if I changed out the moss ball emote with the space moss one that you've drawn? For the green version, and then maybe just do a color adjustment on it for the pink one? Because technically speaking, the current moss ball was done as a joke. The current moss ball one is literally just a 3D shader of a moss ball. Like, it is literally just a 3D shader of a moss ball on a sphere. Oh no, door! That window does not... That window has some serious grime on it. Okay, I think if we go down one floor... If you want, Felinity, that's fair. I just, you don't need to. I can just modify the one. It's not a huge deal, so. Do 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 do. Why is this window is like, it looks so filthy. No! Gravity, my enemy. Okay. We're so close. Where are you still dirty? Genuinely, where is... Oh, right on the back. There we go. Up we go, very slowly. Soap. Got it. Where? Where? Up there. I've surely got to be missing like a big spot somewhere on that wall, right? Like, I know there's like little flecks, but that's not going to be stopping me. That's a different wall. Where is this one stopped? There we go. Okay, it's the pipe mount. More raiders! Oh, God. Hello, raiders! Hello? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. All the raids. How was Zeepkist? Or Zapekist? How was Zapekist? But welcome, raiders. Hello, hello. My name is Cameron JK. My pronouns are they, them. I thought you were playing Zapekist. Did you change games? Did you start with Zapekist?
Lizard.
Lizard. That's actually not wrong. Ronan is a lizard. That is a very fitting redeem.
Lizard. 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 Lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard.
Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard. Lizard.
But hello, raiders. My name is Cameron JK. My pronouns are they, them. I'm a chill variety streamer who focuses on interesting interactive games you may have never heard of. And I also work heavily on making my streams as interactive as possible, as you can see by stuff like that.
Lizard. Lizard.
I appreciate you coming by. I hope you had a fantastic time. To those who are here, you should check out Ronan. Ronan is chill vibes. Low energy, which is what we like to see for our group. And also does some interactive stuff. That is not where I told that to go. I told... nope. Over here.
Lizard.
Lizard. Okay, so where am I missing this dirt here? We are trying to finish this up because I have not eaten today. I've not eaten today. And I've been stuck on this level for ages. Because it's a pain to deal with. Like, what do you mean that window's not clean? Be clean! Why aren't you clean? There, Jesus. Okay. Oop. I saw that. There we go. We're getting there. We're nearing the afternoon time, and I haven't even eaten. And like, for those who don't know, I do 2 streams a day. I do 10 streams a week, 5 days a week. I do 2 per day, other than Mondays and Thursdays. And I'm just being bullied because this has not been an easy one. I am upside down. Honestly, the blood is rushing to my head. It's not ideal. Whatever I'm missing must be really high up on this. Can I get like really close? There we go. I was gonna say, I saw that one. Okay. Come on. Come on. Don't make me get a ladder for this. It is literally at the very top. Aluminum. It's aluminum. I live in the States. It's aluminum. It's spelled differently. You wrote aluminium, but that is aluminum in the States. Well, Finn, they wrote aluminium. So, aluminium, the spelling is different. This is the thing. The spelling is different between countries. So if you look at how Dor wrote it, Dor wrote aluminium. You can tell by the end. But in the States, it's aluminum. The I, like, there's an extra I that isn't there in the US. So it's actually different between countries. And there's a whole thing on that. Like, there was a whole argument. The original person who named it wanted it to be, to my understanding, the original creator wanted it to be named aluminum. And then people in the UK disregarded that. And they published it as aluminium because they didn't like that it was spelled differently than other metals that we already had at the time. Like gallium and things like that. But like, the person who named it aluminum, and then the UK, when they got the papers about it, decided they didn't like that and changed it against his will. I believe is how the story goes. So I would say the correct way to say it is aluminum. But in the UK, it has been normalized to be aluminium. Because of jerks. Yeah, no, that's generally how it goes. It's GIF. It's GIF. It's GIF. It's short for graphic interchange format. I don't say giraffic. It's graphic. It's graphic interchange format. Thank you, Timber. It's my probably on the teetering line of being autistic, but not quite autistic. that makes me retain very specific pointless knowledge. It's the Jurassic interchange format. It's how dinosaurs use the highway. I wonder where I left. Where did I leave my gnome? There's my gnome. We need to do the very important power wash thing of flying. But I really appreciate y'all hanging out today. I appreciate everybody who raided, but I really do need to get some food because I have not... Like, it's 5 o'clock. Like, if Cleo had streamed today, Cleo would be ending right now. So I really do need to work on wrapping up. But I thank you all so much for hanging out. It has been an absolutely fantastic time, and I thank you so, so much for that. I really, really hope you have a fantastic day. I'm going to send you over to one of my wonderful friends who is streaming today. And they are currently streaming Psychonauts 2. So that seems like a good place to go. But thank you, everybody who supported today. I don't have my checklist. I know that Iggy and Ronan rated at the end, and I do appreciate that a lot. I do not have information on anything else, though, if anything else happened, because my things all broke at the start of the stream. So I do apologize, but I am going to send you over to the wonderful Roshan. So go give them all the love in the world for me. Roshan is playing Psychonauts 2. Looks like Roshan is about to get to the campgrounds for the first time. So I hope you all have a fantastic time. Go spread love to one another. I will catch you all in about 2.5 hours, apparently. But that said, see ya. Love ya. Bye-bye.
感じる。コスモを感じるわ。